fantastic when you're not eating or speaking, just so we reduce whatever possible spread there can be. Okay. Yeah, so while we wait for our representative from NIMSI to come, she's on her way. I thought it's best that we get to know each other so we can just go around the room and introduce ourselves and a little. Yeah, you can give us background information about yourself, whatever it is you want us to know. You can drop a fun fact in there. We don't mind. We're fun people. Um, but so Zoom people should not feel left out. We'll come to you as well. So we would start from you, okay? Okay. And then we'll end with an introduction of the Paradigm Initiative.
Hello, good morning. My name is Suibi Mark Roberts. I'm based in Port Harcourt. I'm a media enthusiast. I'm also a pastor. And I really love the digital space. It's something I believe it's a fair we really need to penetrate and really need to secure, which is also the value you share in Paradigm Initiative. So I really like what you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Obiobasi Chimdima. I'm a volunteer for CPJ, that's Catalyst for Peace and Justice Initiative, medical volunteer. Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to throw in a fun fact?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine.
My name is Bennett Toriari.
Thank you. Nice to have you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ogu Laurentia Choma. I'm from Mion Foundation.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ugochukwu Iwuchukwu. I'm a journalist and an editor with newsdrama.com. Newsdrama.com.
We have some stories we'd like to throw your way.
A very good morning, everyone. My name is John Best Uche, and I'm the state coordinator, Yali Network. I'm also a broadcast professional. Thank you.
Thank you. We're not hearing too many fun facts, though. Are we all that serious? Sorry, sir. Please, if you could come a bit closer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Goodness Kemjikatasiye, front desk officer at Keeping the Foundation, and a volunteer to Mrs. Pitebogo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sonny Ezekwe. I'm a software developer and a systems analyst with Simforest Limited here in Port Harcourt. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngozi Ibu. I'm a representative of Stevenson Medicare Limited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Smith Wokocha. A social media activist and a blogger of Port Harcourt Waka Waka. So good to be here.
Good morning, all. My name is Sunday Moetim, volunteer sign language interpreter and facilitator of Keeping It Real Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bitebo Gogo. and I'm of Keeping It Real Foundation. And today we're here with some of our stakeholders with disabilities. Some of them are deaf. We have a couple of them still coming who are visually impaired and mobility challenged.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fortune Ogu Chwadu. I'm from River State, HA precisely. I am the CEO of Fortune Pastry. We bake cake, snacks, and I'm very happy to be here. I came to learn more. It's my pleasure meeting everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ubong Joshua. I'm a data science enthusiast, and I'm really interested in the part of data protection. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
All right. So good morning, everyone, again. Thanks so much for coming around to be part of this engagement session. I see that some people are still coming in and people are still trying to register. When they settle down, we'll try and get information about them, their names, and the organization that they represent. But before we get to that point, I was hoping that we can do some, brief interaction, and more importantly, provide some background as the basis of our conversation or interaction today. As you are aware, this program or this event is tagged stakeholder engagement on digital ID. And I don't want to assume that everybody in the room have a proper appreciation of what that is all about. While I believe that we have our various understanding and areas of interest, there have been people who said they are interested in the data protection bit of it. But I know that at least there is nobody in this room that has not heard about the national identity number or national identification number, the NIN. Because sometimes last year, the federal government asked that everybody should link their NIN to their SIM card. Is there anyone in the room who is not aware of that policy of the federal government? Anybody who doesn't, who is not aware of the federal government policy to link NIN to SIM? Nobody, right? Okay, maybe let us start this way. Okay, before we start, let me quickly make an observation. So when we came into Port Harcourt, or when we decided to come to Port Harcourt, one of the things we looked forward to was the energy that Port Harcourt people are known for. What I've noticed so far is that that energy is not yet in the room. And I don't know why, but I know that Port Harcourt people are not laid back people. If you are a Nigerian and you are familiar with different parts of the country, if you go to the north and people are laid back, you understand. Northerners are largely conservative, right? If you go to the southwest and you see some level of laid back, a considerable part of southwest can be very conservative too, except maybe probably Lagos. But Port Harcourt is not known to be a conservative place. Neither are Port Harcourt people known to be conservative people. So please, I need you to bring out your energy. This is not a church where we need to be pious and show that we are holy and serving God and lifting holy hands. This is this is an engagement, and by the virtue of the word engagement, you are supposed to have robust conversation, interaction, and all of that. So this is not a place where you come and you are just being humble, you don't want to talk and all of that. This is a place where you come and you speak your mind. This is a place where you come and show your energy and let the room feel you. Let people know that you came. Okay. Let us also be conscious that there are people who are participating in this meeting remotely. So there are people who are not in this room who have joined via Zoom. We're also streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. And perhaps if you have people that you would love to be part of the conversation who are not in the room and who you'd like to send the link to, you can let us know so that we share the link with you so that you can send to them. So before the team from NIMSI comes to take the seat up here, I just want to have a brief interaction with us to also kind of help us have some background understanding and information of what we came here to do. So I will start from the known to the unknown. I was talking the other time about the NIN and SIM linkage. So in the room, is there anybody who has not linked their NIN with their SIM? Let's start from there. If I have not linked your NIN to your SIM, okay, one. Any other person? Okay, I'd love to get a sense of why you have not linked it. It would be nice to get a sense of why. Is it because of the logistic wahala, or you have some ideological, disagreement with the whole idea? It would be interesting to know.
Okay, I don't even know why. I think number one is procrastination. I've been procrastinating to link it. And number two, perhaps because I am not very comfortable with a lot of policies going on right now in the country. And personally, I feel there may be something sinister going on. So I am just taking a back seat and see how everything unfolds. And then I would know whether to link it or not. Now, again, I think that'll be revealing also too much information about myself out there in the hands of certain people. When things go out into the cloud, you don't have control over them. So I didn't feel too comfortable with the state of security in the country right now, revealing such level of information.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. It is quite interesting. And let me just spill it that what you have said now is also at the background of why we are here today. So I'm happy that you are in the room. You are right. In fact, you are in the right place at the right time. But that's one of the reasons why we are here. But I will not address any of the issues that you have raised. I want to allow the folks from National Identity Management Commission to try and address, but we also share our own perspective on what we think about some of these issues. Is there any other person who wants to share their main SIM experience? Is there another person who has not linked their name to their SIM in the room? Okay, looks like every other person has done it. That's interesting. That means we all have a NIN in the room. Do we all have a NIN in the room? Oh, that's amazing. Good students of Nigeria. Okay, I'm going to move away from the subject of linking of NIN to SIM. I'll move to another topical issue, which is the issue of data protection. So I'm going to throw an open-ended question, and it will be great if there's somebody in the room who can help us to answer the question. Does Nigeria have a data protection law? Who wants to help us to answer? I mean, the answer can be yes or no, or I don't know. Do we have a data protection law in Nigeria? Who said we do? Okay, let me take the mic to him so that we'll get more information about the law.
Well, I know that there's a Nigerian data protection. But I actually don't know how it works. So.
All right, let me just help with that. So I can't say he's right, but I can't also say he's wrong, because he was right about the NDPR. So Nigeria has something called the National Data Protection Regulation, which is not an act, it's not a law, it's a regulation issued by the National issued by the Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, NITA, pursuant to their act. So yes, we don't have a data protection law, but we have a secondary legislation in the place of the NDPR that you refer to. So that's why I say you are not wrong, but I don't also want to also say you are not that you are right, because the regulation is not an act of the parliament. It's not issued by the National Assembly. So yeah, so it's just, neither here nor there. Yeah, so we have what we call the NDPR. The NDPR was issued by Nigeria Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, in 2019, which was meant to kind of fill a lacuna that has existed in Nigeria for a very long time. The lacuna in terms of data protection framework. Typically, we are supposed to have a framework on data protection because we live in the digital age, and today's businesses are largely driven on data. There are people who said that they are interested in data when we were doing introduction. You said you're interested in data. I think you mentioned data too. Yeah. So in this age, nations, serious-minded countries have framework on data protection to guide, the use, the processing of data that we give many times in exchange for services. You would agree with me that for those of us who have been using phones since probably 2000 and something, many of us have had phones for years. Many of us have done SIM card registration, for example, for years. Many of us did BVN as well. For those of us that have voters card, those of us that have international passports, for you to have all those things I mentioned, they have to take your biometric information, which is your fingerprints. They take your information, your name, your parents' name, and all of that. These are data points that are being captured into the cloud, right? And globally, there is always a data protection framework in any country that has gone digital. Let me put it that way. So when you look at Europe, for example, I'm sure there are people in this room who have heard about the GDPR. That's the General Data Protection Regulation. That is the data protection framework guiding all of Europe, every country under the EU. Also, in Ghana, Ghana has a data protection law. If you go to Mauritius, Kenya, a lot of other African countries, they have data protection law, but we've had a challenge in Nigeria, which is the challenge of not having data protection law. So when NIDA issues the NDPR, even though it was not a law, it was not an act of the parliament, people kind of felt that, well, at least it's something. It's better than nothing. But that something is not sufficient enough to safeguard our right to privacy. It's very important. And that's why there are ongoing conversations to have an act of the parliament to safeguard data protection. So sometimes when you see some people who say that, oh, they are not registering for NIN and all of that, it is out of such concerns that we don't have protection frameworks. That why should I submit my NIN? Why should I submit my SIM card details? Why should I be giving out so much to the government, whereas the government is not offering me protection? But it is an ongoing conversation. It is a what do I put it now? It's an emerging process. Whereas we are trying to ensure that we make demands from government to ensure that they put the appropriate framework in place. And we'll talk more about that when we start to ask the questions and the engagement. But everything I'm saying right now is just to kind of prepare our mind, to kind of get us ready in terms of knowing what the issue will be centered around today, what the conversation will be centered around, and to okay, so these are some of the issues that our conversations will be centered around, and I hope that you will be able to engage the representative of the Nigeria Identity Management Commission, ask as many questions as you would love to ask. Also, feel free to ask questions around, especially people who have maybe challenges with registration of the NIN. Feel free to ask such questions too. But more importantly, let us also ask questions. And I'm happy that we have a representative of the disability group here. It's also an opportunity to ask questions regarding what the commission has done in terms of making it easy for those who are challenged physically to be able to register and to be able to enroll for the identity numbers. So at this point, I think I will take a pause and I'll take a pause and so that we can dive straight into the conversation. But I hope that some of the things that I spoke with or I spoke concerning recently have kind of helped to awaken our consciousness about what this conversation is about, and probably it will also help us to ask the right kind of questions and the right kind of query. So, like as I said earlier, please feel free to ask questions. No question is stupid. The people here will try as much as possible to respond to every question. Anything that comes to your mind regarding national identity in Nigeria, please ask, even if it doesn't have to do with the name. If it is about the BVN, it's about the any form of digital identification that you don't really understand, just ask the question, and as much as possible, try and respond. Okay. Okay, so at this juncture, let me take a moment to recognize the president, uh, representative of the National Identity Management Commission. But before I do that, I would love to first provide some background information as to why we are having this conversation. As many of you would know, and especially for the benefit of those who do not know, that the National Identity Management Commission is responsible for the national identity number enrollment in Nigeria. They are responsible for a lot of other things, which they will tell us themselves. I will not be the official spokesperson for them. So they'll tell us more about what NIM does, especially in terms of their statutory responsibility, according to the acts that established them. As working to give Nigeria or Nigerians what we call national identity numbers. It was something that started as national ID card, but now we're focusing on national identity numbers. And over time, there have been a lot of engagement from civil society players. Paradigm Initiative, which is the organization I work for, we represent civil society space. And we've had some back and forth with National Identity Management Commission from the past. What I call a not so friendly interaction. We've had some back and forth, challenging the whole idea of the national identity project, making claims of the need for privacy protection and all of that. And we've had a lot of engagement in that process. So when we're having that engagement, we thought that it would be great if we create a platform whereby the National Identity Management Commission is able to interact directly with people on the ground in different parts of Nigeria, whereby they get to listen to the concerns that people have. And as well, the people also have an opportunity to ask them questions directly, and also most importantly, seek clarification on certain things that are not clear. One key thing that we have noticed in many of the places that we have gone to is people still asking about the national identification, the national ID card. A lot of people are confused. I registered in 2014. I don't have my card. I registered in 2016. I don't have my card. So some of those questions keep popping up and all of that. So if you have those kind of questions, then you're in the right place. You have an opportunity to understand how this thing works, and especially to update yourself on what is currently the policy direction of the federal government regarding national identification in Nigeria. We didn't have an opportunity to introduce Paradigm Initiative the other time. So before I introduce the representative of NIMC, let me introduce Paradigm Initiative and our colleagues that are here very briefly. So Paradigm Initiative is a non-profit organization who works to promote digital inclusion and digital rights in Africa. We have presence in about 5 countries on the continent: Nigeria, in Cameroon, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, and in Kenya, and recently in Senegal. So now 6 countries. And the work we do in all those countries are largely around the subject of digital rights, which extends to issue of data protection, data privacy, also concerns around inclusion, access, digital divide, women rights online, etc. And today I have with me about there are four of us from the office here today. There are two of our colleagues who work from our ABBA office who are here, and myself and Khadija, who works from our Abuja office. We are here too. So the man at the registration table is Odinaka. Would you like to introduce yourself? Don't let me. Please write the second microphone.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah. Like he called, my name is Adnaka Chimafo, Program Assistant Officer, South, South, and Southeast. In fact, our South, South, and Southeast office is in Abia State. Thank you.
Okay. The other person is not in the room right now. When he comes in, I would ask him to introduce himself. But Khadija, please, can you introduce yourself?
I thought I introduced myself before, but Boy likes hearing my name, I think. My name is Khadija Usman. I am the program officer for Anglophone West Africa at Initiative. Like I said before, all of you have met me via email, so it's nice to meet you all in person. We hope to continue to partner with you from today on to many other future engagements. Thank you.
And my name is Boye Adegoke. I'm also on the programs team at Paradigm Initiative. So at this juncture, I would love to introduce Uche Chigo, who is Program Manager and Senior Special Assistant to the General National Identity Commission. She has been engaging with us for a very long time. When we were in Uyo, she was also with us at Uyo to help enlighten subjects that we are talking about today. On that, we've had opportunity to engage her on many occasions on some of the issues of concerns that we have in the National Identity Management Commission. So it's always to have her. When she came in, I didn't know she was the one because we are all maxed up and all of that. So I was even arguing with Khadija that she's not in yet. Are you sure you are not taking the wrong person to the table? Pleasure to have you. That you can, help us to introduce some of your in the room before you give your opening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boye. Good morning, everyone. I want to deeply apologize for coming late. I think I ate too much of the bole yesterday. So, and then this morning I encountered a bit of traffic on my way. So I deeply apologize for coming late. My name is Uche Chibo, like he had earlier introduced me. I'm the acting general manager in charge of the Director General's office and department in NIMC. I'm also the senior special advisor to the DG and the CEO. It's a pleasure to be here with you on this stakeholder engagement, and I look forward to the interactions that will happen today. With me, it's the regional director for our South-South zone, and also the state coordinator for River State, Ammonia. So they're also here in case if there are things that are situated within this region that you need them to take home and then try to resolve. So that's why I asked them to be here with me. So you're all welcome to the program.
So we'll start by taking an opening remark from you, just to introduce NIMC, and for the purpose of people who probably don't understand the mandate of NIMC, just like a background information.
All right.
So we're going straight to the proper discussion. I'll start with just letting us know that one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 16.9, talks about providing legal identity for all, including birth registration by the year 2030. And I hope we're all aware of that SDG 16.9. And NIMSI's mandate is anchored around providing the foundational identity in Nigeria. And by foundational, I mean, who are you? So that's what our core mandate is enshrined in. We're trying to identify who the people are within Nigeria, including the Nigerians that are in diaspora. So that's what our mandate is mainly on. And a little bit about NIMSI is that NIMSI was established by an act of the National Assembly in the year 2007. So that's the law, the framework that NIMSI was built on. We're also an agency of government under the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. And we have the Honorable Minister, Issa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, as the one in charge of that ministry. So our responsibility is just on orderly development of the identity sector in Nigeria. The discussion on identity came up sometime in 2005 during the Obasanjo administration. And the question was, why is it that so many people, if they want to buy a house or they want to buy a car, they have to cough out 100% of the money to be able to buy these things? Why are we not like the developed countries where you can put down 10% of the money and you pay the rest over a period of time? And the feedback that was received was that a lot of the financial institutions don't know who the people are. So they can't give you their money if they don't know you. They don't know your house. There is no house addressing system. They don't know how to track and trace you wherever you are. So why would they go and give you such large sums of money and then you can disappear without them finding you and recovering the money? So that's for the discussion around what should we do to make sure that we'll be able to uniquely identify every individual in the country. So that brought about a review of the identity schemes that were currently being implemented in Nigeria. I'm sure you are aware of the initial, so many other implementations that has gone in the past where people register and they're given ID card. So a total review of all of those schemes was done. And the recommendation was that rather than focusing on just identity card, we should have a paradigm shift. I'm borrowing your name now. So there should be a shift from card, which is just a physical token, to identity management, where there is a system that everybody will be registered in and assigned a unique number, just like they do in other countries. Like in the USA, they assign you a social security number. And without that number, you will not be able to do many things in the US. In the UK, they also assign a number, but they call it the national insurance number. Without that, you also will not be able to do a lot of things in the UK. And recently in India, they have also done a similar ID program that they assign what they call the Aadhaar. Aadhaar means foundation. And they've managed to register almost 1.2 billion people into their database. So that's what NIMSI has been implementing since they were established in 2007. So our mandate is just that we should establish that national identity database that I'm talking about. And then we should be able to register every individual in Nigeria, both citizens and legal residents. In a lot of forum, I hear people say, why are you registering people that are non-Nigerians? So it's important that we read the law, because the NIMC Act said you should register citizens, that's Nigerians, and legal residents, that's people who are legally resident here, but they are foreigners, and issue them this unique identification number that we have called the National Identification Number, NIN for short. And also issue them a general multipurpose identity card. General multipurpose in the sense that the card can serve several functions or purposes. And I don't know how many of you have registered and gotten the card. If you see it, you'll see that it's not just an ID card, it has also a payment applet. And at the back of it, you can also see the travel section of it that has the MRZ. So if in the future we have collaborations with all the states and ECOWAS, countries under ECOWAS, it can serve as a travel pass. So you don't have to be carrying your passport all the time. You can use it and then pass into the ECOWAS states based on regional integration discussions that are currently ongoing. So those are the mandates. And also part of our mandate included that apart from registering and issuing all of these tokens that I've talked about, we should also provide a platform whereby people can do an authentication or verification to confirm that you are who you say you are. So that information you provided to us at the point of registration, if you now present yourself at any point of service, they should be able to run a check, a confirmation. They should be able to authenticate you and establish that you are the same person that is standing right there in front of them. So that's also the mandate that we're providing, that we are deploying authentication and verification service platform nationwide to enable people to verify people anywhere, anytime. Part of our mandate also included to harmonize the existing legacy databases that are in Nigeria. I'm sure most of you are aware that apart from NIMC doing the identity program, there are so many other agencies of government that have also ventured into some form of data capture for the purposes of providing service to you. The very familiar one that we all know is the BVN. Is because of the challenges that were existing on the identity spectrum that made the banks to go into the bank verification number registration. You're also aware that Pension Commission also do data capture as well. You're aware that Immigration Services, they also do data capture. You're aware that Federal Road Safety Corps, they do data capture. You're also aware that Federal Inland Revenue Service, they also do data capture to give you TIN. So there's been a whole lot. INEC also does data capture as well, and NCC also does data capture for same registration. So there's a whole lot of stakeholder agencies that are all duplicating the same efforts. We're all doing the same thing, and we're all serving the same citizens and the same residents. So NIMC's mandate included harmonizing and integrating all these existing databases so that we make sure that you are still one and the same person in all of these databases. Because what we identified is that a lot of people present themselves differently to different agencies. They present a different name arrangement. They present a different date of birth and all that, just to be able to either benefit from a scheme or take advantage of a program or a service. So our mandate is to make sure that we harmonize and integrate all of those things. And then also regulate the identity sector. That is also part of NIMC's mandate. So part of that regulation, we have provided a lot of standards for identity registration. We've provided regulations about 5 regulations that are bordered on how the registration is done, that also on the access to that database, and also on the standards, the biometric standards that anybody that wants to venture into identity data capture, identity management scheme in Nigeria should comply with, and so many other. There are about 5 of them. If you go to the NIMC website, www.nimc.gov.ng, you will find a whole lot of information on those regulations and so many other things. Oh, okay, there's a projection behind me. Maybe I should stand, right? I didn't know that there was something being projected. Okay, so continue projecting. Okay, so I think I've talked on the core mandate of NIMSI, really. It's just anchored on these 6 key areas. So NIMSI facts and figures, we commenced this identity registration in 2012. You can see there was some years of preparation towards us starting. I said we were established in 2007, so we had to do a lot of work and preparation before we started the identity registration. And we register all citizens and legal residents. And by citizens, I mean those physically present in Nigeria and even those who are outside the country. That's Nigerians that are in diaspora. We have enrolled, well, this is an old figure as at last month. We have enrolled 59.7 million people. We keep progressing. Some people will say you're too slow, but we'll tell you that it's a gradual process. We want to get it right for the first time. We don't want to rush and put in garbage and then it will be garbage out. And it's taking us quite a while to get to where we are. And I'll explain some of those things as I proceed in my presentation. So what we do is we issue the NIN, which I call the National Identification Number, and it's a random number. There is no intelligence to it. The initial schemes that were done before, the numbers had intelligence. By looking at your number in the previous schemes on your ID card, I can tell the state that you're from, and I can tell if you're a woman or a man, and so many other things. But we felt that we should not have that intelligence in the number because those can be also basis for discrimination and for so many other things that can happen to people. By somebody just seeing your number, knowing which state you're from, it could bring in bias and prejudice. Somebody knowing your gender just by your number can also bring a form of discrimination or marginalization. So the number that we issue is random. It's randomly generated. It doesn't follow any other. Some people ask us, oh, when you registered Obasanjo, was he 000001? No, it's just the system randomly generates the number and issue to anybody. So there is no sequence to it. So our NIN does not confer citizenship on anybody. So that will clear the air for people that say, oh, you're registering non-Nigerians and you're giving them Nigerian citizenship. No. The NIN that we issue you is simply for the purpose of what? Identification. There are agencies that are responsible for citizenship, which is Nigeria Immigration Service and under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are not the one that gives citizenship. So for the fact that you have registered as a Nigerian or as a legal resident, we put your nationality in the system. And for the fact that you have our NIN or our card does not make you a Nigerian. You have to still go through the process. If you want to become a Nigerian, there's a process of naturalization or registration that involves anybody to become a Nigerian. So you have to go through that process. So our NIN does not give any of that. And it's just a secure identity token. I've mentioned about the card that we issue, and the card can only be issued to those who are 16 years and above. We also get a lot of questions. Oh, my children registered, they've not gotten their card. It's only those that are 16 years and above that we give the card. But right now, our focus is not on the card, and I will explain that as I proceed. The NIN we issue is also a number for life. We usually say enroll once and be identified for life. The number stays with you for the rest of your life. It does not change. So your NIN does not expire. Your card may expire because card is just a physical token, physical representation, something you want to physically carry to show your ID. So the card expires because there are certain security features that are in the card that requires updating. And because also there's a payment applet on the card, just like your ATM expires. The CBN regulation requires that if there's a payment applet on a card, after a certain period of time, that card can expire and needs to be replaced or renewed. So NIN does not expire, but the card can expire. And the enrollment is mandatory for everyone. Please read the NIMC Act. It is written there, mandatory for every individual in Nigeria, Nigerian citizens and those in diaspora, to register and get the NIN. And is issued free of charge. People, we have services that we charge for, and those services are different. Presenting your self-enrollment, there is no charge. Issuing you the NIN, there is no charge. Issuing you the first identity card, there is no charge. But if you come subsequently that your card is lost or stolen and you need it to be replaced, you pay for it. If the card expires after 5 years and you want a renewal, you pay for it. If you have enrolled before and you come and say there's a mistake in my name, in my date of birth, in my address, in any of the information I've given, and I want to do a correction or update on that information, you pay for it. So those are the areas that we charge. The records that we hold on behalf of the people and the federal government, we have a channel for people to have access to it. We are just the custodian of the database. We don't own the database. We are just custodians. We are holding it in trust on behalf of the federal government. And we are a big organization. We have over about 4,000 employees nationwide because we have offices in all the 36 state capitals, including the FCT. And we maintain offices in all the 774 local government areas. So it's a large agency. And we have been working with so many stakeholders to also make sure that the National Data Protection Bill is enacted in the country. NIMC has been spearheading and pushing and facilitating for that to happen. So what's our enrollment target? You know, I mentioned that the Act says we should register citizens and legal residents, but that's a high classification. So breaking it down, we enroll children. So make sure your children are enrolled and issued NIN. We enroll adults. We enroll Nigerians in diaspora. We enroll the foreign legal residents that I mentioned. We enroll the refugees that are in Nigeria. We enroll the internally displaced persons that have been displaced from their various communities and locations. And we also enroll the undocumented people because it is better that you don't leave any gap for people to exploit. Even if somebody says, I don't have any document to show that this is who I am or this is where I'm from, anything, but we find you in this Nigeria, we enroll you. It's better that we capture your information, capture your biometrics, so that if tomorrow there is something that we can use to identify you anywhere, anytime, you will not be able to escape. So we also enroll all of them. And I've been a part of recent conferences and seminars with United Nations And then they also told us that we should include that we enroll stateless people. When I heard that word the first time, I was like, can anybody be stateless? And they said yes. And they gave various places. When Nigeria and Cameroon, by the time the court ruling came and it was given to Cameroon, there were some people who were in that Bakassi that didn't want to move to Cameroon. And there were some Cameroonians from that side to move to Nigeria. Of course, they will not have any documentations to show that they are from Nigeria or anything. So they become stateless. And we have also a typical issue. Some of the street urchins, people that are born and thrown away, and then people pick them and put them in orphanage. There is no documentation to those people. So if nothing is done, they become stateless. But by the grace of God and the human nature of the owners of those orphanages, some of them now pick them up and put them under their guardianship. So they pass on their own information on those kids. If not, they wouldn't have any information if they grow up. They won't have any birth certificate. They won't have any documentation. They don't know who is their father. They don't know who is their mother. So they can become stateless. And another typical example is the issue of the lady from UK. Her parents are originally from Bangladesh and migrated to United Kingdom, and she was born there. So she's a British citizen. But she one day left UK, denounced her citizenship, and went to join ISIS to fight. And she got married, had a child. By the time the person she was married to under the ISIS was killed, she wanted to return to UK. And the UK said, no, we have canceled your citizenship. You're no more our citizen. So she became stateless because she's also not an Iraqi. And then when they said, go back to your parents' country, Bangladesh said, we don't know her. She's not in our system because her parents have moved go to the UK and they are UK citizens. So you can also have some of these scenarios where you can become stateless. So as we go on in our program, we will also document all those stateless people because we're building a system. We don't want a system that anybody is excluded in any form or shape. Okay, so when we talk about this identity, a lot of people always say, what are your challenges? I always tell people that there are so many, when you're doing a complex project and a project that involves the population in the country, we're talking about over 200 million people. If you go by the National Population Commission Census reports from 2006, and the population grew 5.5 million to 7 million annually, then we should be over 200 million people by now if we go without records. So when you're doing a project that is this complex and is nationwide and involves the entire population, there's a whole lot that needs to be done. There's a whole lot of planning. There's a whole lot of things. And we are all in Nigeria and we know what most of the challenges that we face. If I, for instance, is a major challenge in the country. We all experience it. All of us in our homes, in our offices, in our businesses. Power is a major challenge. So it's also not different for NIMSI because we get questions, we go to your office, there is no light, there is no power, you are not enrolling. We are not PSCN. We also rely on the same power that you rely on. And all what we can do is, based on the allocation that is given to us as government agency, we can provide generator. But then sometimes if those money don't come or are released on time, we may also not be able to buy the diesel and the fuel to put the generator to use. So I just want us to appreciate there is a national problem. We all face the same problem. And I wish that as CSOs, GOs, we will take that same passion and go to PSCN and say, why are you people crippling some of these programs? Yes, we should channel it to the right quarters. We should go and face them and tell them why they are not providing power to enable us to do so many things. So power is one of the major challenges that we always want to quantify our challenges only in terms of funding. So I try to break them down in what those things are. Publicity awareness is also a major challenge. It costs a whole lot. So even reach people within a state. If River State government is doing a program and they need to sensitize the entire people in River State, you can go and ask them how much they will spend to achieve that sensitization, to make sure that every single person in every community, in every local government, in every part of their state is aware of the program, understands it. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very expensive. Then you can imagine an agency that has to do that to all the states of the federation, all the local governments of the federation, everywhere in this nation, every nook and cranny, and even extend it to the Nigerians that are in diaspora. It's a whole lot, and it costs a whole lot of money to do that. We also have a connectivity issue. You and I know that once in a while, we say we don't have network on our phone. We face challenges of network, we face challenges of data. There are still some areas in Nigeria that some of the telcos don't have any infrastructure there. Because by the time they do their cost-benefit analysis, it doesn't make sense for the number of people in that community for them to go and put infrastructure worth millions and billions of dollars. So we still have that network challenge and issue. As a nation, we're still trying to make sure that we have a broadband penetration within the country. And there's been a lot of the National Broadband Plan that has been put in motion, which measures what's the growth, the rate at which the broadband is penetrating the different communities in Nigeria. So connectivity is a problem. And the way our program has been designed is that anywhere you are, they enroll you and they capture your data. They are to transmit it electronically from that location to our data center. We are not carrying anything physical. People are not taking your form to bring. It has to be transmitted electronically. And it also has to be a secure. So that is also one of the major challenges that we also face issues of consumer. Like India, when India did their own registration, I talked about they've registered 1.2 billion people. And because of their population size, they didn't give anybody any paper or form to put the Aadhaar number on. You know why? The cost. Even if a pack of a ream of paper costs them $10, times it, you have to issue to 1.2 billion people, what that money will come to. So it's also the same challenge that we face here. That you're talking about over 200 million people that you have to constantly print out the transaction slip, the name slip, the transaction slip, the name slip. It's a whole lot of money. So some of those things are challenges that we face. And then recently, we've been hearing stories of extortion around our enrollment centers. It's also a big challenge. But we also want to believe that there are people that are inducing people that are also collecting. So we don't only put the blame on the people who are asking. A lot of us don't go and register when we're supposed to register. They only go when there is a need. Oh, I went to the bank. Then you go. And when you go, you see crowds. You don't want to stay on the queue. You want to jump. Then you want to give money. What can I do? Who can I see? Give me a number to call. Can you help me call the manager? Can you help me call the guy in charge or the supervisor? That's how the extortion starts. Because we always wait for the last minute. We are always in a hurry. We don't want to waste time in an enrollment center. We don't want to join queue. We want to jump. So those are the things. While we blame from the side of the people that are also saying, yes, give me, I will collect. We also blame the people that are also inducing it. So it takes two to tango. So from this side, we should also help ourselves by joining those queue, by not inducing, so that those people will also not collect. So it's a collective responsibility for all of us. But what we do in NIMSI, we have terminated a lot of appointments, those who we have caught. We ask the public, send us the evidence. You have your phone, record it. You go to the enrollment center, video it, get the picture, get the name, get the person in the process where they are collecting the money. And once we have those evidence, we terminate the appointments because they know that there's zero tolerance for extortion within the agency. And we've done that for all the cases that we have received evidence. So if you also have such situations and you have the evidence, send it to us. We have an anti-corruption unit within NIMSI that liaises with ICPC on a daily basis. And these are the cases that they take on and they try to deal with. Can you say thank you for my presentation? So as we these issues and challenges with all the different stakeholder agencies that are also doing one form of data capture, with all the challenges of just one agency trying to do this humongous job of registering over 200 million people, we had to sit back and review the mandates and the strategy that we have been implementing. And then we decided to come up with a new strategy that will help us to fast track our process, that will help us to scale up faster, that will help us to speed up the rate of enrollment that we have. So in 2018, in conjunction with the World Bank, some other developers, we came up with a strategic roadmap that will help us to move in that direction. What the roadmap is simply saying that rather than just NIMSI alone doing the identity capture, NIMSI can partner and collaborate with both private and public sector agencies so that they can scale up faster, they can speed up faster as well. So we came up with what we call the ecosystem approach. So the ecosystem approach is that we're going to leverage the capacities, the facilities, the premises, and the capabilities of all these public institutions that I've mentioned, like NCC that is doing SIM registration through the tel, like doing passport, like PENCOM, like EC and all of that. So we will leverage all those capabilities because they've already also spent money and made investments to acquire the data capture systems and devices. So we leverage their capacity and we will license them as data capture partners. Help us to quickly mop up the numbers that are out there that have not enrolled. And we're also partnering with the private sector as well, because also the private sectors are also touch points for people. Like a lot of us, we go to the banks. Bank is a touch point. So we also partner with the banks, we partner with the telcos, we partner with the PFAs and all of that, the HMOs and all that, all the public sector and private sector institutions to work with us in an ecosystem approach so that we can quickly achieve this data capture and also populate the national identity database within a period of 3 to 5 years. So that's the new strategic roadmap of NIMSI. Saying that NIMSI will sit back as a regulator of the identity sector. And then all of these public institutions and private institutions will be the data capture agents, because people naturally go to those places on a daily basis. And it's the same citizens and residents, we're not serving anybody different. So NIMSI will now develop the standards and the specifications like I mentioned in our mandate. so that everybody is complying on the same specifications and standards. C will be the one that when they do the capture and send to us, we generate the NIN, and then the NIN is issued to those people. Part of the ecosystem is also saying that going forward, for you to access government and also some of the private sector, you must have your NIN as your valid means of identification. And we're not just saying it out of the blue, it's also in the NIMSI Act. If you go and read the NIMSI Act, the 6th of NIMSI Act, you will see it listed that these are the transactions, activities that you cannot do without your NIN. It's listed there. The first one in that act says opening of a bank account. It's unfortunate that we have so many laws in Nigeria, but enforcement is where the problem is. If the banks announce tomorrow now, without NIN, you cannot transact and withdraw money, all of us will start crying. We will start protesting. But the law has been there, existing since 2007. And the learned people here will tell you, ignorance of the law is not excuse. It's no excuse. So enforcement can start. Also, for SIM registration, it is there. And that's why the minister was able to start enforcing his own. And people started crying foul. But meanwhile, enrollment has been going on since 2012, and people were not going to enroll. The NIMSI Act also said it's mandatory for you to enroll. People still didn't enroll. It's also saying you cannot have access, transact these businesses without your NIN. So when an agency starts to enforce, we should know that they are not just coming up and out of the blue enforcing. It's part of what the law says. And there's so many other transactions that are listed there. So I want to encourage you and appeal to you, make sure you go and register and get your NIN. Make sure you register your children because education is also part of it. By the time Ministry of Education will announce no admission into school without NIN, we'll start crying again. All those things are listed there. Even for you to acquire a land, it's also written there. For the purposes of you to be registered to vote, you must have NIN. It's there. All those things for PENCOM, for everything, for every social welfare benefit activity or program of the government, it is also there. So the law has been existing. Is the enforcement is the issue. Why we haven't been pushing so hard for, we know it's taken us quite a while to get the figures that we have. So this ecosystem approach is now helping us to make sure that we have centers everywhere in the nation. Because people used to say, oh, you're only in the local government. That's what my law allows me to be. But then if I have to now deploy in every nook and cranny of the nation, then I have to have another strategy. And that strategy is this ecosystem, whereby we're licensing this public and private sector people, cover the nation, so that we have that nationwide coverage. And people will have easy access to any of our enrollment system. Enrollment anymore that is a long distance, travel far, they spend money and all of that. And it also helps to reduce the queue that we normally see. As we sit now, we haven't really that implementation based on those development partners funding. As an organization, we both started from our own side, licensing over 203 partners. As we 2020 enrollment. people. You need about 4,000 centers. For every 50,000 people, you need one enrollment center. For every 50,000 people, you need one enrollment center. So that was the projection. And right now we have over 4,429. But our target is that at least we should have over 10,000 centers in Nigeria so that it's easy for people to walk into any center and do their enrollment. So the ecosystem approach is a coordinated federal government approach. So we're all working as one ecosystem. And we're making sure that we give the NIN, which is the digital ID. We also implement it using systems that are technology neutral, no vendor lock-in. We don't want a system where tomorrow, if there's a problem with one of the vendors, the technology providers, then we have an issue. So we've deployed and designed a system that is open, that is just plug and play. If we have an issue or you have an issue or there's a diplomatic row over a particular country that is a provider of those solutions, we can take it out and plug in another person. So those are some of the things that we have done under the ecosystem. We've started the project preparation. We are almost at the point of entering the implementation phase. There are so many conditions that were given to NIMSI regarding that funding. The funding is $430 million over a 5-year period. So there are so many conditions that they have given us before that disbursement of that funding can even commence. And one of the major conditions is that there must be a national data protection law in Nigeria. They are so key on privacy and data protection. So that's why NIMSI has been championing and facilitating the push for the enactment of the data protection law. As of today, a lot of work has gone into that data protection bill. There's a draft that has been developed. We've also had a stakeholder validation workshop where stakeholders were invited, giving copies. It was put on our website for people to review, give us comments and input. We've done that stakeholder workshop nationwide, and we've collected the comments and the inputs, and they've all been reflected also into the draft bill. We are currently at the stage where they are now trying to put the bill into the format that it has to be in, and then present it to the president, who will now present to the National Assembly. So we are hopeful that before the end of this year, we should have the National Data Protection Law in place. So that's the work that has gone on. Then on the side of the ecosystem project implementation, we've started what they call project preparation phase. A lot of studies and assessments have been done. We've done what you call the cybersecurity assessment study, because cybersecurity is one of the major challenges the world is facing, and any technology-driven system will also face in the future. So we've done what we call a cybersecurity assessment that will help us to determine what are those mechanisms and measures that any partner that will license will have to put in place to make sure that we don't fall into any of those issues in the future as part of their service provision to us. We've also done a social assessment whereby we visited all the 6 geopolitical zones to discuss with people in a focal group setting, one-on-one setting, and different other settings to find out what are those social barriers that are preventing people from coming to register and get their NIN. It will be interesting when you hear that women face a lot of cultural barriers, a lot of religious barriers that are preventing them from enrolling. And one of them is that they need permission from their husbands. Some of them that are stay at home, they can't just leave and go to any enrollment center. So we're also appealing to you men, please give our women permission so that they will go and register. And then you can also speak to your own community leaders and your own religious leaders too, that this exercise is very important and that everybody needs to register and get the NIN so that they will also understand it and allow the women to go out to register and enroll. So that's one of the social challenges that we've also identified. Other people also talked about, location of where the enrollment center is, the distance. So that's why, we do some of this assessment because it helps us in our strategy, how we go and redesign and realign whatever it is that we sat down and came up with so that we'll meet the needs of the people. So we've done those assessments. We've also done some of the other assessments that really from the development partners is also part of their requirements. Some of them, there's an assessment we've done, the so-called the resettlement policy framework. If in the for the purpose of this implementation, that any community will have to be moved and need to be resettled. What's the framework for doing that? So we've done those assessments and we have the reports. And the reports on that, even the environmental and social management framework assessment has also been done. And we have the reports. The reports were also disclosed with the Ministry of Environment, because you have to disclose those reports with them so that they are aware of all the outcomes, things that we're seeing from the field, and the framework that is going to be used if such needs arises. So there's quite a lot of assessment we've done in preparing for this funding from the development partners. We've also set up what we call a project implementation unit within NIMC that will oversee some of the things that need to be done on the back end of our system. Part of their funding is coming in to reinforce the infrastructure that we have, the technology infrastructure, the critical ICT infrastructure that we have in our data center. So we are doing all we can to recruit all the different expertise that they are asking for that will oversee all those implementation. Then there's also what we call the project steering committee. That's a high-level government committee that will also be the one to oversee the implementations based on the funding. And the president has graciously approved the membership of that project steering committee. It has the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy as the chairman of the committee, and so many other ministers are also members of the committee. Because identity is not a NIMC problem, it's a national problem, it's a federal government problem. So it's a federal government-led initiative. And what we're providing is foundational ID. And what other agencies are providing is what we call functional IDs. Functional IDs in the sense that after we have established this is who you are by issuing you the NIN, if you now present yourself to any of those other stakeholder agencies, their responsibility is to now establish, are you eligible to benefit from this service or from this scheme? So they also have their own functional systems. So that's what their own is, a functional ID, ours is a foundational. And also National Population Commission is also seen as one of the functional foundational IDs as well, because birth registration is key, is an input to what we are doing. If we don't close that gap between the birth and the death, then we're going to have problem in the future. And from the information that we have, we just have only about 30 to 35% coverage of birth registration in Nigeria. So you can see it's also very low. And then it's usually also done manually. So part of the funding that we are getting from the development partners is to make sure that the birth registration and death registration is also automated. So they have an electronic system and they also have an electronic database for birth and death registration, because this civil registration is key. If we can have an automated civil registration system, that now works in tandem with a national identity management system, then we'll be able to provide this nation with reliable, up-to-date information for us to make policies and take decisions in the country. We are all witnesses to what happened in 2020 under COVID. The country didn't have much data to rely on. If birth registration is 30% coverage, so that means almost all of us here may not even be in that system. And then national ID, we're just about something million registration out of over 200 million. So you see a lot of people also are not in the national ID system. And then if you go around to all the other sectors, it's the same thing. We're all doing this data capture, but we still have low coverage. None has covered the entire population. And because those other functional IDs are not mandatory, like it's only if I want to travel that I'll go and get international passport. If I have no plan or vision of traveling, I don't need to have international passport. So it's only those who have intention to travel that are in their system. And if you check from, because they always publish their annual reports and all of that, we have just over 10 million people that have acquired international passports. 10 million. And we're talking about a country of over 200 million. If you look at BVN as well, from their website, BVN has over 48 million records of bank account holders. And we're talking about a country of over 200 million. So you can see the gaps. There's so many people that are not covered. So when we talk financial inclusion, you're now seeing that almost 150 million people are not financially included. They don't have bank accounts. And from the Findex global study that was done in 2017, one of the major barriers why over 60% of the adults don't have bank accounts is what? Lack of documentation, and especially identity documentation. Because when you go to register, open an account, now they ask you to bring some documents. Do you have ID? Where do you live? Or you're going to bring your NEPA bill, PSCM bill. Give us your address. We want to go and check out your house. So if we have this system that everybody can be uniquely identified, then it takes away all of these requirements. That's where these functional IDs will now leverage on the foundational ID and now build on it for the services that they are providing to the people. So that's what the strategic direction that we have taken in terms of moving the identity program forward. So it's broken into 4 different classifications. The first is to strengthen the legal framework for identity, and that's where the National Data Protection Bill comes in. And beyond the National Data Protection Bill, there will also be some amendments within the NIMC Act, because our own legal framework needs to be amended. Like I mentioned to you, our target population. I said the Act only talks about citizens and legal residents, but then we found out that there is a whole lot more of people that needs to be covered. So we need to also amend the legal framework for NIMC, the Act, to make sure we are building an inclusive system. And then it's also to strengthen and reinforce the back-end infrastructure for this identity program. So those are all the things. And then the other one is to also encourage the use and utilization of this national identification number, this digital ID that we're talking about, that we use it on a regular basis. In India, you can't get anything done now if you don't have their Aadhaar. Even government programs, because India runs what they call a ration card that they use to give food to the poor and the vulnerable. If you don't have the Aadhaar, you can't even have the ration card. And if you don't have the ration card, you can't benefit from the government program. So when government says, I want to do something for the youth, we need to know, first of all, who are even the youths. So we need a national ID system to know who those youths are. Because the system is not only for inclusion, the system is also for exclusion. If you look at it critically, If we say, okay, from the system, who are the people that are 16 years and below? We know. So you and I cannot come and say, I'm 16, like we do in football. That's why people always talk about us in football. Sometimes you see people, you say, this is my age mate, and he's playing under 23. How come? How did that happen? And it's a real thing. It happens. 15 years ago or 20 years ago, I had my classmate that played under 21 for Nigeria. Now, it's MRI that they're using to now catch them. By the time you go through the MRI scan, the scan will say this bone don't develop beyond this age. They don't think this person is this age. So people, those things happen in our society. We always want to cheat the system or take advantage of the system. And one of the major issues that we have in NIMSI now is people showing up on a daily basis. Millions of applications. I want to change or correct my date of birth. It's a major problem because we're so used to, okay, maybe they say there's customs wants to employ and said only those who are 25 and below or not over 27 should apply. So many of us will go and do affidavit. I have lost my birth certificate. You bring affidavit that you meet the age. That's the problem that we have. And then tomorrow now you hear INEC is saying those who are 35 will go and be returning officer. You go and do another affidavit that you are now 35 and above so that you can be picked as one of the returning officers. So those things are prevalent in our society. And we need a system that will help us to curb all those things so that we can plan and we can actually take care of the different groups of people in our country. Under the COVID, we were able to provide most of the state governors with statistics and data on those that are 60 and above within their states. Because during the COVID, they said those are the elderly, most vulnerable people. So they needed to know within their states who are those people so that they will now know what to do to take care of those people, that they don't get infected and all of that. We need such system, we need such database to be able to move forward. We talk about EKYC in the banks. It's because we don't have this system that a lot of the anti-money laundering sanctions that are being placed on Nigeria. Before, you and I used to enjoy, you would do MoneyGram. You can send money, you can receive money. Now, Nigeria, you can't send money. You can only receive. And even the receiving, every day they are tightening the news. Every day. Before they said, oh, if you bring your passport, you can use it. Now, passport is not enough. They will say if you bring driver's license before, you can withdraw. Now, with driver's license is not enough. Now you must have a bank account. You must have a BVN. So you can see they're making it more difficult. So we need the system to be able to progress as a nation. And if you look at the economic recovery, the ERGP growth plan of Nigeria, you can see under it too. Identity is the foundation of everything that we have to do. Whether it's investing in human capital, whether it's in our GDP growth, whether it's in our microeconomy, whether it's in our fiscal policy, everything that we need to do, identity is the underlying foundation. So that's why we call it a foundational ID. Every other thing is built on that. If you look at the human life cycle, from birth to death, it's identity. The day you were born, they gave you a name as an identity. So if I'm here and I hear Uche, I will always turn because that's my name, that's my identity. And when I entered nursery school, what was the question they asked me? What is your name? How old are you? Where do you live? Is that not? It's the same information. I'll put it there. When I went to primary school, the same thing they're asking. I went to secondary school, the same identity information. University, the same. I started work, the same. I finish work, I'm a pensioner. Identity. They also want to know me before they pay me my pension. Then when I die, you still have to register death now. They still want to know who is the person that died. So identity cuts across the whole human life cycle. So it's very critical. Identity is a public good. It's a tool for empowering people. So we need to get it right in the country, and we need everybody to participate with us. We need your valuable contribution. We need to work with all of you to make sure that we get it right. I think I'll stop here so that people that have questions can ask questions. And then if there are other areas that I have not covered, then I'll also try to speak on them. Thank you so much for listening to me. And then I'll take your questions now.
Thank you very much. That was a very long speech. I was just going to go to the back to say, then I said that you were wrapping up. Thank you very much for that. I believe that even that if there is anyone in the room who didn't understand anything about NIMSI or national identity before, you must have been properly lectured, and I'm sure you know a lot more about what NIMSI is doing right now. I can already see a hand up. I will recognize you very shortly. I believe that are there people who have questions about this? Oh, that's great. But before we take the questions, we have snacks and tea on ground, and I want us to have it so that we don't take it too close to lunch, so that you have some time to burn it before lunch. So we have folks in the room who will serve you, so you don't need to stand up to go and get it. They will bring it to you wherever you are seated. Sorry, the folks who are serving the tea, are you ready? Yeah, please start now. Then for those who have questions, I would love to assign you numbers so that we are orderly about it. I saw your hand first. Okay, so you are number one. Okay, then I will now start from the from the front. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7. So we'll take that round first. Then after that round, if there are more questions, we'll take it. No, we are not starting yet. Yeah, I will have the first set of questions. I have some questions written here that I want to ask. So what I'll do is I will divide my question into two because I want. Are we serving the snacks now? Where is it? Please, are we serving the snacks now? Okay.
We're going to, the hall is just, they're going to serve the breakfast on the table, so we can just go ahead.
Okay.
Meanwhile, there's a question on Zoom.
Okay, there's also a question on Zoom. We will take all the questions. Interesting. In fact, at some point, I was like, okay, she's already answered some of the questions I'd like it to come up. So I wasn't expecting a lot of questions. But apparently, people still want to ask. So what we'll do is, I want to ask 2 questions, then I'll come to the numbers that we took. Is that okay? Thank you. So the first question I want to ask, and some of my questions also derive from some of the things I've spoken to, just to get more clarification regarding them. I know that you said that NIM is not just for citizens, it's also for legal residents. And I'm also aware that citizens in diaspora are also captured under NIM. So the question I want to ask concerning legal residents, those who live in Nigeria but who are not Nigerians, what happens after they leave and they have already obtained our NIM? And also, how do you know when they have left? So somebody comes to Nigeria probably to work and obtains a national identity number. How do you know if that person has relocated, has left Nigeria, to ensure that they don't continue to, lay claim to be a legal resident in Nigeria because they have a NIM when they have apparently moved out of the country? That's the first question I want to ask. Then the second question is about our population as a country. You made reference to the National Population Commission number of a projected population of 200 million people. And so some conversation has come up recently, especially when this directive about link your name to SIM came up, and there were apparent rush of people trying to make sure they obtain their name, people who didn't have a name before. And by the time the numbers were out, I think from your presentation today, we have about 50 something million already captured. So people have been asking that, are we actually up to 200 million in Nigeria? We have just been banding that number around. I just want to get your thoughts on that. Do you think Nigeria is up to 200 million, given the number of registration we've had? I also heard you quote the BVN numbers that is just 48 million naira. So, I mean, 48 million. I think I love money so much. So it's just 48 million people that are on the BVN database. And I know that you cannot have a bank account in Nigeria without a BVN right now. So what do you think about Nigeria's population? Do you think we're up to 200 million that is being bandied around? And is the national identity number going to help us resolve that impasse about our actual number as a country? So I will let you answer those two first, then take the questions that the audience have, then the other questions I have, I'll take them later, closer to lunch. So let me allow you to answer those two first.
All right. Thank you so much for your question. Your first question, you're talking about the legal residents that have been issued name. I remember I said that name is just an identity token. Before they became legal residents, Nigerian Immigration Services were the one that established their residency and gave them a residency permit. So our NIN has nothing to do with their residency. We only rely on their residency permit to establish that they are legal residents here before we give them the NIN. And from the NIN that we give, we said it's issued to somebody for life. So it's not transferable. You can't change it. And if the person is not using it or is no more in Nigeria and transacting, there's nothing you can do with their name. Because at any point in time, whenever the person presents themselves, that NIN has to be verified and authenticated that it matches with the person. So on the issue of residency is immigration. So it has nothing to do with that. We have also Nigerians that have acquired citizenship in Canada and in the UK and in the US, and they also have the social security number of those countries. So it's the same thing that applies, that also when their residency permit expires and they are no longer in the country, whether they have that social security number or not, they can't do anything. So that's the same thing that applies here. And in the second question of population, you know, population is a very political issue. So sometimes we have to be very careful when we are answering those kind of questions. So that's why when in my presentation, I had to rely on the National Population Commission's census from 2006. In fact, I actually went back to their website to look at what population figure they have for the nation before I quoted the over 200 millions, because in their website, it's showing over 200 million, I think about 237. So you have to always have a basis for anything that you're quoting. So I relied on that to make my presentation. But like you said, we have so many different databases that exist. And I'm sure by the time we're able to conclude the harmonization and integration, we will now have a clearer picture on the population of the country. If you look at the SIM registration, the SIM registration has over 150 something million people that have SIM cards. I can't tell you if it's unique. Unique means each SIM represents one person, because you and I, we all have different SIMs. So I don't know if that's a unique figure. But then if you have thank you. So if we can achieve the harmonization, then we'll start having a clearer picture. If there's over 150 something million SIM cards that are registered, by the time we link those SIM to NIN, then we'll start having a picture of what the actual number is. Me, I know that I have two. So I'm already two within the SIM register. So you can now start making those deductions. You two, you have two. You have three. So you can see how the number will start showing. And then there are people that also have not only the SIMs for their phone, they also have the one in their MiFi or Wi-Fi at home and all of that. So that will only allow us. But then INEC also has over 80 million registered voters as well. So we also need to now validate the uniqueness of all of those. So by the time you put all of those together, we may actually be getting to that number. And mind you, a lot of from the registration figures that we have, we've noticed that children, we have not really covered registration of children. It's among the lowest within our system. So, and we always say, well, either the children are in the hospital or they're at home. So we are trying to have a strategy how we will meet them in their homes or in the hospital to make sure that we register them. Then another area we found out that we haven't also done a lot of registration is over 60. So, and some people say the over 62 are also either in the hospital or they're at home too. So we also have to find a way to reach them, even though we have some of them that have retired and not yet tired. So, but we still need to capture a whole lot of them. But when you look at the adult population, those who are around 20, 35, 40, most are the active workforce. So those are the people that we've actually had a lot of coverage in terms of. So we're trying to re-strategize on how to close the gap when it comes to children and the over 60 as well. So by the time all of those things come together, we'll start having a clearer picture. Like I said, our mandate is to harmonize those databases. So by the time we harmonize with the BVN, which is 48, harmonize with INEC, which is over 80, harmonize with SIM, which is over 150, harmonize with road safety on their driver's license database, harmonize with PENCOM, harmonize with Federal Inland Revenue on the TIN, and all of that, a clearer picture will emerge. And then also by the time National Population Commission and NIMSI concludes their own linkages and integration, it will also begin to show us from the birth registration as well, feeding into the national ID. We'll start having a clearer picture of what the population will look like. So let's leave it at that. Let's not go into any other details regarding the population. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your responses. So this is the time where I take the questions. So what we're going to do is we'll try and take 3 questions per time so that you answer the 3, then we take the rest of the questions. So the questions we are taking are for number 1, number 2, and number 3. This is the second mic working. Is it available? And is it working well? So please let's give the mic to the first person. He's wearing a face cap at the back.
Good morning, all. Joseph Echo from SDN. Madam, during your presentation, you said that one of the enrollment criteria is that you must be from 16 years and above. Am I correct? Because I saw it in your presentation. Pardon? Okay. Otherwise, I would have asked because in another brief, you talked about children constituting part of your enrollment target. But that has answered the question. Thank you.
Is here, please. If you didn't take a number before, or we have to give you a number, so just hold on. You didn't take a number before. And just hold on when we are calling the next number.
Tombari Dunkakuta is my name, representing Center for Justice.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether it's
and
because of our
Development.
face mask, but we are not audible enough, especially for the
Okay.
benefit of those who are joining remotely.
All right. Tombari Dunkakute is my name. I represent Center for Justice, Empowerment and Development and Chairman Rivers Indigenous NGOs and Civil Society Network. I think this forum has provided some answers to some of the questions we've been having for NIM before now, especially in the area of extortion, because during the last period when registration was at its peak, just after COVID, when government said they were going to provide palliative, and then the JAMB issue of you must have name before you are registered. What we witnessed at the Port Harcourt office was a very bad one. And I think I had some running issues with some of the staff there after we got there to look at this issue. And to this point, we're still aware that money is being paid, either willingly or unwillingly, to staffs of NIMC. I won't talk of other states, but I know in Port Harcourt, for the purpose of registration. And we will be happy if answers will come out of this meeting on how that will be resolved. Then secondly, on the issue of achieving this goal of getting everyone enrolled for the NIM, because we know it's very important, especially in the aspect of national security. But sadly, it has been that government programs are always run in isolation. Because like Madam rightly mentioned, we have NPC, the National Population Commission, although they are still collecting money for birth certificates. I'm very much aware. Some days ago, we did some intervention at military hospital, and people were asked to pay 500 naira to get birth certificates. And we have NAME, we have INEC, we have BVN, we have bank, we have immigration, and all these things running together. And with the system of government that is being run in Nigeria, how are we sure, madam, that when the present administration goes out of office in 2023, that this registration will be sustained or the database will still be there? Because we've had issues after when government leaves office, the next government will come and say the data are missing. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the enlightenment. My name is Ubong Joshua. My question is on data protection. Now, I know you said the National Data Protection Bill is ongoing. And so presently, what measures are being put in place by NIMC to protect data from your staff, from some of your staff, from illegally accessing our own data? What measures have been put in place? Thank you.
Okay, Ma, thank you for the teaching. I learned a lot. Okay, I'll make a suggestion first before I ask my question. You said that most challenges people are having is getting data for children, something like that. Like you don't get in contact with kids. Like, okay. So if you can partner with proprietors from private schools or government schools, principals, I think this will help to get databases for the children. Okay, that's my suggestion. Then my question, the major challenges citizens face in NIN registration is because of crowd. I'll give instance. when I wanted to register for my NIN, the population was massive. So I left. Then when I registered, after 2 weeks, they asked me to come back and they told me I had internal error. And I had to start the process from the beginning, and it's kind of frustrating. So, what measures will be implemented for at least crowd management? I think that's one. Then my second question goes like, Ma, is there any measure, maybe from now to the next 5 years, for us to be able to register for our NIN from the comfort of our homes? Like instead of coming to the offices, maybe through IT knowledge and all that, can we register for our NIN from the comfort of our homes? Thank you.
Thank you. Before Madam answers, some of you have asked some questions that I had written down, and I just think it's helpful. Since you have asked them, I won't have to ask them again, just to provide maybe some addition based on what I had written down. You mentioned about self-registration, which is something I have also penciled down, which is to find out whether there is a plan in the pipeline for self-registration. Then one other thing that you mentioned about children, I also add it here, whether are we going to get to a point whereby NIN will be issued at birth, maybe at the point of birth, we're able to register kids. Is that something that is like that is ongoing? So if you could just take that with the questions.
All right, thank you so much for the question. I think I'll start from the last and then come back to you. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you for your suggestion on partnership with proprietors of school for children registration. We're already doing that, but the thing is the way the system is designed, a parent must be registered first before the children can be registered. Because the technology, when it comes to the technology on the biometrics capture, the fingerprint and the face that we're currently using, children's biometrics are still not very stable at the early ages. And if you also notice, even when you go to the American embassy and all of those, they don't capture biometrics of children as well as part of their process because of that instability of the fingerprint. So we also implemented a similar thing within the system that we're capturing only biometrics of people that are 16 years and above. But then we had to also do some study and we brought it down to 12 years to accommodate for JAMB registration. So it's only 12 years and above that we capture their biometrics. And we do what we call deduplication. It's processed, run through the system. So for registration of children, a parent or a guardian must have registered. So some of our partnership with the schools, we always have to do the enlightenment program first, because they all think, oh, once you come, I'll register all the children. But when we come, we tell them, no, you need to inform the parents that they have to be registered. Then when they give that their NIN to their children, because we tie the children's registration to the NIN of the parent. And the system also validates that that parent had registered and was given that NIN, and it matches the parent's name and the details before the child can be fully registered. So those are some of the processes we have. So we've been doing that as part of the strategy that we need to enlighten most of those schools and the parents, so that the parents will go out there and register first. And it will now help us that when we enter the schools, we'll be able to register most of the children. There are so many schools that have done that already, and we have gone to their schools to register their children. So even for South or Port Harcourt, if there are schools that you know that are willing to do those kind of partnership, that's why I brought the state coordinator here for Rivers State, and I also have the regional director for South. They will work with those schools and make sure that that happens as well. So NIN issuance at birth is part of the strategic roadmap that we have. That's part of our collaboration with National Population Commission that will implement that in every hospital. National population should have present that when a child is born, a birth registration is done at that hospital. And once a birth registration is done, that birth certificate can now be used to do the NIN registration for the child at birth. So that we don't always wait until when people now get to 10 years and 12 and 15. That's when we're bringing them to do NIN registration or birth registration. So it's part of what is in our strategic roadmap. So it's part of all the things we're trying to work out with the national population. But the first step is for them to digitize the manual records they have, and then to now have that electronic database, then we'll be able to achieve all of that. So thank you for asking that question. Then the next question is NIN registration from the comfort of your home. Even as we speak now, you can do what we call pre-enrollment. It has always been existing since we started registration, that you can go to our website and pre-fill your information. And once you finish filling it, you submit it online. It now generates a barcode for you. Then it's that barcode that you take to an enrollment center, and then they do your biometric capture, and you go. It helps you to reduce the amount of time you spend in the enrollment center. But we still find out that a lot of people prefer to come to the center and do the capture. And even those we have also found that go to do the pre-enrollment, because most of them use cyber cafes. I don't know, Nigeria, everything is business in Nigeria. The cyber cafes take over the responsibility that when people come, they say, oh, you want to do NIN this thing. They will not say, oh, yeah, come. They are the one filling it for you. And they just fill only few fields and submit. That when people now come to our center, they have to start refilling the thing again. So those are some of the challenges that we have. So we've always had that feature existing. But for you to be able to sit in the comfort of your home, to do your full registration plus your biometrics, we haven't gotten to that yet. Because first of all, we're not even trusting people's date of birth and all the other things. To don't trust that it is you that put your own fingerprints and captured. So we're already doing some studies on self-assessment. It has a lot of risk and implication. So, but as the technology advances, we'll see how some of those things can happen. So for now, we only allow pre-filling the data fields, but not the biometrics. The biometrics, you're required to come to our center. We capture live biometrics. That's our standard and specification. So it must be you, your face, and it's you, your fingerprint. Because you may have people that somebody else will put their information, another person will put their picture, another person will put biometrics. People are always trying to fool the system. People always want to beat the system. So for now, until we conclude that study and we see the technology that will enable us to achieve that, then we can have the full self-registration. But now, partial self-registration is what we're implementing. Your second question was on internal error. Internal error occurs as a reason of so many things. Either the person that did the enrollment didn't do it well, or the data was not captured properly, or some data fields were not filled in properly. So when they send it to us, it generates an error. So, and sometimes some of those errors may require that you tell the person to come back and re-register again. And we understand that it's not a very good thing when somebody has finished the process and you're asking the person to come back. So that's why we constantly do what we call training and retraining of the enrollment operators to make sure that they get it right the first time. Because the previous schemes that were done, the quality assurance was done when the data comes to the back. But in the system that we implemented since we established NIMC in 2007, we pushed the quality assurance at the front. That's why most of our enrollment center you go, you see there are 2 monitors. You are supposed to also be looking at the information that they are keying in so that you'll be correcting it at that point. you understand? You don't wait till when they finish and make error. Then that's when you come back and say, you added, my name is Patience. You now put Patience. Do you understand? So you are there looking at the screen to do those corrections and the person is typing. And those things are very sensitive, the data fields that we have. If the way the data field has been designed and developed said, this one is a string. If you put anything that is not a string, it will reject it when it comes to the back. If they say this one is text, and you put anything that is not a text, if it comes to the backend, it will reject it. So it will be generating those errors and all of that. So that's a problem. Even though we have a system in place that they can actually track your registration to even see what those errors are and be able to correct it immediately, sometimes people misuse some of those systems. So we have systems, sometimes we'll have to pull them back again because of misuse. A typical example we have is biometric bypass. We recognize, because we work with a whole lot of different other groups, we recognize that there are people that don't have fingerprints, they're amputees. So we designed a system that when such people come for enrollment, there is a feature within the system that will say bypass the biometrics, because those people don't have fingerprints. So you can't capture any fingerprint. You understand? So we have that feature there that you bypass the fingerprint biometrics to continue the process of their registration. But we found out that people misuse it. Sometimes because we check what is coming in. We do integrity checks. There are people that every day they are checking the enrollments that are coming in. You find out that in a particular location, so many enrollments are coming in with bypass, bypass, bypass. You're wondering, this community, how many amputees do they have? Do you understand? So when we notice it, we start calling those people because people put their phone number. We say, okay, we observe that you are an amputee, or you don't. You say, no, I have my two hands. And then you're wondering what's going on. And when you now do further investigation, you find out that either the enrollment operator is trying to say he's fast, he's doing more enrollments, because sometimes they reward those who are exceeding and doing well and registering more people. So once he tries the first time to capture biometrics, he's not capturing. He will just click biometric bypass and just be moving. And he's causing a whole lot of problems for both the person and for the system. So we now have to now disable that biometric bypass and now enable it in certain places, only giving access to the state coordinators or the supervisors, that when such people come, they are the only ones that can now log into system for that system to do that biometric bypass. So every day you learn. You go out there in the field, you do something, you think it will work, but people will always take advantage and misuse it. So those are some of the things that we do. But if you still have that internal error or anything, she's here. So after this section, you can meet her and she will help you to solve it. Okay, the other question is, what measures have you put in place to protect data from illegal access by staff and others? Right from time, even without the National Data Protection Law in place. From the NIMC Act, you will see that a lot of data protection has been put in the legal framework and in the system. From our design perspective, we do privacy by design and security by design. It's not an afterthought. So that's how we have designed the system and built it. In our organization, even me, as an acting GM, there's an advisor to the DG. I don't have access to the database. I'm not authorized. It's not part of my schedule. And then those who have that access to the database, there are so many things that are required for them to have the authorization. And that authorization also comes with a lot of audit trails. We will know who entered the database or the data center from, first of all. Our data center cannot be accessed by anyone, including the staff. only staff that are authorized to work there. And then the way we have done it is that you assess the building even with your biometrics and with your ID card and with your picture. So at every point in time, we know who has entered. And if you're authorized to work inside the data center or anything within the data center, we implement what we call 4 eyes and 2 keys. Not one person can enter it at a time. 2 people must be there. So 4 eyes. It will 2 of you with your 2 ID cards, with your 2 biometrics must enter into that place. And then you log in with your own credential. We'll see when you logged in, we'll see whatever it is that you have done. If you do any change, the system will record it. Whatever it is you do, the system will record. We also have CCTV cameras, so we have surveillance systems, and we have the control room where the people in the control room are also monitoring, and we're seeing it. And our data center and our facilities are ISO certified, information security certification, ISO certification 2700-2013. And every year we do annual recertification to still comply with those standards. So those are some of the things that we have implemented. So the audit trail at the end of the day tells us what has happened, who has done what. If you're not authorized, you cannot. I can't assess. If I need anything that's for the purpose of my job or anything, then I have to go to the people who are authorized. And then they also get their own access rights from another person who also gives them the access. So everybody is given access rights. Then from the point of view of the stakeholders who can do the verification and authentication, they also go through another rigorous process to also have the access. And then the access is also classified. There's 5 groups of access. There are people that have access that they can only see the picture with the name. There are people that have access that they can see picture with a name and date of birth. There are people that have access that they will see only the name and it will tell them, yes, this name exists and is valid. So we classify those assets. So it's not everybody that once they have access, they see everything that has been captured about you. It doesn't happen. Even when it comes to the law enforcement agency, we still have processes and procedures to their own access as well. Because there are some of them that their work may be, like you mentioned, national security. But then you still have to put some controls in place in terms of their access. So there are certain places that it will have to be somebody in a position of an assistant inspector general or a commissioner of police who has that credential that can log in. So it's not anybody within the police department that can just have access or anything. So we created all of that to make sure that we put those data protection controls in place. And from the data protection bill, there's also so many other measures that have been put there, where there's also a grouping of people who are the data processors, the data collectors, the data users. So each one is defined on all the things you have to, the requirements, the things you have to comply with and all of that. So it has always been like that within our system. And if you look at the NIMC Act, there's also punishment. If somebody is caught to have accessed the records of any person without authorization, in some places, 6 months in jail plus fine. If you go and check the NIMC Act, you will see in some places you can even see up to 5 years in jail. So the punishments are also there, and we take it very seriously. We take it very seriously. All of us in NIMC, we all go through background checks with SSS. Before, as we're working there, every 2 years, every year, they still redo that background checks for us because they need to make sure that people who are working there are people that are not known characters or people that have involved themselves in a whole lot of things. So that's the price we have to pay for working there, that we go through those background checks every year. And even when we engage vendors to do projects for us, we also run them background checks through the DSS as well. Because if there's any of those companies that have been blacklisted, then we need to know, then we can work with you. So those are the steps that we take when it comes to that. The last question, you talked about how do we ensure that the present administration, when they finish and go, will still have the database? It has not been carried away. Well, it will interest you to know that NIMSI was established in 2007 during Obasanjo's era. So if anybody could take the database and go away, then maybe Obasanjo would have been the first person to have carried it to run. But Obasanjo finished and left. Yaradua came. He finished and left. Jonathan came, finished and left. Buhari came. He will finish and leave, and others will still come, and the database will still be there. So we try not to be part of the political system. We're building a civil registration system. It has nothing to do. We're not building a security system. It's not under the, yes, NSA or anything. It's a civil registration. NSA can maintain his own for national security, criminals and everything. Police can maintain for their suspects, people that they've caught and charged. They all have their own databases. You understand? So, but our own database is a civil database that's for everybody, just for identity purposes. It has nothing to do with any of those things. So we try to stay away from all of those politics. And that's why it has lasted all this long. There is nobody that is having any of our database anywhere. You can't even have it because of the way the database has been designed. In fact, during the SIM-NIN linkage, there were some requests from the telcos that, oh, they want to, rather than doing one by one verification of the subscribers that have NIN, they want to see if they can do bulk verification. They'll just push millions of NINs and everything, and we will verify all of them at the center. We told them the way the system is designed, nobody can manipulate the system like that. It's difficult. We can't even. The system is also designed that you can't delete anything from the system. Whatever has entered there will always remain, even if you change it or modify it or correct it or update it, the history of everything will be seen. So if you come and say, I was born in 1975, and you finish registering, tomorrow you now come and tell us, no, you were now born in 1990. That 75 will still be there. It will now tell us, just show that you have come and corrected your date of birth to this new one. So if you think you have escaped, you have not escaped. So the day of reckoning will come and we will pull out to say, you previously told us this. Now this is what you are claiming. So that when you come a third time to come and say you are now, we'll not tell you, you cannot, because you have already told us 75. You came back and say 1990. How can you now have another date of birth again? It's not possible. So you will live with whatever you have put there. So that's the way the database, nobody can take the database. It's a civil database that we're implementing. And it's done by Nigerians for Nigerians. All the people in our office, in our data center, the IT people, we are all Nigerians from all walks of life, from all the states of the Federation, all of us. So we're the ones that are managing and maintaining it. I hope that addresses your fear. So that was the previous ID card scheme that was done by Sajem. We still have the whole system and everything. If you come to our data center, you still see it there. It's all there. But then that project was focused on ID card, not identity management. So those were the things I told you that we now did a review to now start this identity management scheme that we're talking about, that is not focused on card, but focused on how we manage people's identity using a digital number, digital ID. So that's where all of that moved from. So the database is still there in that system. All of that is still there. If you come we'll show you and say, this is the old system, and then these are all the new systems. So they're still all there. It's all still under our guardianship. Then your last question was on extortion. You talked about extortion, even though I've addressed extortion, but then you talked about it during the palliative and jam registration. You are where money is being paid to name staff. Like I mentioned, give us the evidence and tell us who are those people that are collecting the money, and we will deal with it. Even from their office gate, if you go there, you will see the banner that is saying enrollment is free. There is no cash transaction in any NIMC enrollment center. It is written there. So why don't you tell the person that that is what he says? Why are you paying? If that is what government have told you, it's also on our website. So why do you pay? Why are you not reporting? That's why I said that a lot of people also induce those things because they want to shunt the queue. They want to cut corners. They want to be the first to enroll when they come late, and they're always in a hurry. So you are willing to pay the money. And then when you pay the money, you come back and turn is an extortion. So part of what we're saying is that even our legal framework should be refined, that we both arrest the people that are giving and the people that are taking. So it's not only from one side that is being dealt with. No, it's true. Yes. The person giving and the person taking should be arrested. You should have reported. Why taking it home? We always say, give us the evidence. You can call somebody to follow you and have a phone camera to record where they are doing the transaction. Then send it to us. Yes. Yes. Yes, you can do it. We have people that have done it, and we have terminated the appointment of those officers. Provide the evidence and we will deal with it. So that's what we keep telling you. We have zero tolerance for extortion of any kind. We've itemized our services that are free. I also itemize the services that are paid for, and no cash transaction is expected. All of us are under the single treasury, TSA. So you go online on Remita to make any payment to government. We don't collect cash. So that person that is asking you, tell him, okay, you want to go on Remita, TSA, to pay the money. So that he will now tell you under what code. Because when you go to the TSA, it shows you all those different things, modification, date of birth change, blah, blah. So you ask him which code now, is this your own that you have to pay to TSA? We don't accept that. It's unacceptable. And we want to deal with it. And we will keep terminating the appointments of those that are doing that until it stops. So provide the evidence to us and we'll deal with it. Even if it's any of these partners that we have licensed. We've had some of them that we've licensed and there are reports with evidence that they were collecting money. The way our system is designed, when we give you access to do data capture and send us, it's like a tap. We can lock it. So if we notice that they report you that you are doing it in River State, we can lock the entire River State that none of your people can ever do data capture and send record to us. So we do that. So report those people. I have more than 4 of them that have been reported and have been locked out. And once they are locked out, they are not making money. They are losing. Because part of the ecosystem approach we're doing with them is that they're doing those registration on our behalf and they are being paid per successful NIN that is generated for the record that they provide. So if you lock him out of the business, then he's out of business now. So we do that. We've designed the system in such a way somebody can be locked and that's the end of it. And before you can be opened again, then we have to go through the board and you will tell us what measures you have put in place and what you have done to make sure that you control those and it doesn't happen and all of that. We even tell you, we will give you the names because the system is in such a way that if I license you as a partner to capture data, even the person you employ that is supposed to be capturing the data and sending to me, he has to have enrolled, and we have his name and biometrics, and he logs into the system using those things plus his credentials and everything. So for every infraction, I can tell you which of your center, which of your staff that did it. So it traces down to everything. I will tell you the name of the system, the serial number of the system used to do the enrollment. That's the way the system has been designed. So it traces it down to every single thing. And we also use GPS coordinates. It will tell you the location of that system where it did that enrollment. So I can also lock you out of all of it. So give us the evidence, report it to us, and we'll deal with it. Thank you. So let's take another round of questions. Yes, if you go to the website, it's there. But I'll. I will pull it up and then I'll share it. But if you go to the website, it's there. Even it's under our ICPC anti-corruption unit. Then there's a phone number, there's an email. Yes, they are active.
So before I do the next round, let us take the question on the Zoom. It has been there for a while. And I also have a question from one of the specially abled people in the room. So I will read the question from the specially abled. Please, can you come with your phone so that I can read those questions from Zoom? So let me read the first one from one of the specially abled people in the room. I'm an ECOWAS citizen, Niger Republic to be precise. I hold the ECOWAS travel card plus residence permit. When I went to register for NIN, I was rejected and was told to go through immigration. The question is, why immigration again, since it is the immigration that issued me the residence permit? PS, I have my BVN. Then from Zoom, we have a question from Kelechi Chuku Iroma. My question, what has NIMSI done to ensure those in rural areas take part in the enrollment? Then there are privacy concerns. Some Nigerians fear their data won't be protected and have decided they won't enroll and link their SIM. What has the NIMSI done to ensure there is data protection or security? Also, the FG has said those who fail to link their mobile numbers will be blocked from accessing telecommunication services. Won't this be a violation of their fundamental human rights if eventually done? Is there no better ways to address this? To be clear, is the enrollment only mandatory for adult Nigerians? Thank you. That's like 4 questions in one. Then there's another question from Zoom from Ogbonanta Uwaime. Okay, this is more of a comment. It said that the fraud of biometric capture can be checked with iris capture instead of fingerprint. Okay, I would also love to learn about what you have to say about that, because I think I heard DG saying at one of the conferences I attended where he was talking that NIMSI has capacity for iris capture. So I would love to hear more about that. And also, okay, this is not a question. That's all from Zoom. Okay. Then let me also, okay, I won't take the numbers now. I will let her respond to those questions first, then we'll take the next set of questions from the room.
Okay, thank you for this new set of questions. I'll take the question from the specially able person. They said he's an ECOWAS, he has an ECOWAS permit from Niger, has a BVN, and was not allowed to enroll. Okay. I think what happens is on a constant basis, we've been constantly been engaging the Nigerian Immigration and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so many other agencies that deal with vulnerable people, specially abled people, and issues that borders on residency permit. As at the beginning of the project, the residency permit that we were given from the immigration had to do with the ones that those their alien registration, expatriate quotas, and all of that. So that was what was given to us. And that's what our enrollment operators were trained on, that these are the acceptable documentations that people should present for enrollment. But every day, like I said, every day we go out there on the field, we learn new things, we come across new things, then we go back again to go and realign and readjust the way we have designed things. Recently, we've also met with the United Nations High Commission on Refugees as well. And they also presented a similar case to us, saying that they have refugees that have been accepted into Nigeria and they are living in some camps in Nigeria. And some of them have also been assimilated in some communities in Nigeria. And they are also being turned down from doing enrollment. So part of our discussion with them was to present to us what are those refugee permits or cards that they issue to them so that we can update our record of the acceptable documentations that people can bring for registration. And they have already done that. So it's part of what we're updating on our website now, that the refugees have 3 different types of documentations that are issued to them, so that when they go to those enrollment centers, those documentations will be accepted and they can enroll. So I would like to know which of the agencies or groups that we can meet regarding the ECOWAS permit, so that we can also get all the details of that documentation that are acceptable under the ECOWAS countries. Then we will update it within our system again, so that those people with it that have it can present it for those enrollment. So it's a constant, it's a learning field. Every day you come across new things, you learn about them, and then you have to constantly update your records, your processes, and your documentation. So those are the things that we're working on. We've also had requests where we have to also working on how to implement what we call identity proofing system, that there may be people that no matter the documentations that you upload there, they will still not have. So why don't you design a new system that enables them to go through the process of the registration, where someone else can vouch for them, but then you should have a process of establishing who are those people that actually do those vouching and what they have to comply with, what would be the requirements, what would be the criteria for those people that have to stand in to say, yes, I can vouch that this is my cousin, he doesn't have documentation, or his house, or whatever reason or anything, he has never acquired birth certificate, he doesn't have this. So all those things, but you still have to design a process for them. It's not just something that people just tell you on the street and you go and accept, because those are also areas that people can take advantage of. So if we can get that document or know which agency that we'll have to liaise with to obtain all of those documentations, then we will go and update our records. And I can assure you, if you go back to our enrollment center, they will not turn you back. They will definitely register you and accept your ECOWAS residency permits. Does that answer the question? All right. Then the other question is the Zoom question that has to do what NIMSI has done for rural people to participate. It will shock you that a lot of people in the rural areas are registering more than the people in the city. We do a lot of grassroots sensitization. We partner with the National Orientation Agency, NOA. We partner with a lot of community leaders, religious leaders within those rural areas. We partner with a lot of the market association people. We partner with the National Road Transport Workers, the NURT. We partner with Okadas Riders Association. We do a lot of partnership. We partner with a lot of National Farmers Association and all of those things to make sure that their people register and enroll. So it's still sensitization, publicity, awareness. It's an ongoing effort. You can never finish it. You can't say this year I have finished sensitizing people. You will still come across people that will tell you, I've never heard of it. I don't know about it. And there will always be something that will happen that will help them to know about it. Most people that didn't know about the enrollment, by the time the NIN SIM came, a lot of people knew. By the time people were telling them, go and register or get your NIN, or if not, this your SIM card, they will block it. A lot of people, that information went around. And that collaboration with NCC and the telcos also helps that most of them, when you call somebody on the phone, you will hear, have you linked your NIN? Have you gotten? And then those are some of the ways that those people can be reached out to. So we still talk to a lot of those things. We do a lot of collaboration with them in their native languages, in their local languages. So when we go there, we don't go there. They don't send people like me to those places because I'm not going to go there and be speaking this grammar and this English in that place. It will not work. So we send people that go there and understand the language of the people that can interact with them in those their local dialects and local tongues. I have done a lot of also interviews and programs in Igbo, even though my Igbo is not very good, but I manage. There are some words that no matter how I try, I don't know how that word can transfer from English to Igbo. So I will still put those words in English when I'm speaking. So we still do that. We have people that go and do Hausa programs, Fulani programs, Igbo programs, Idoma programs, and all of that, so that we can reach out to those people in those rural areas. And part of our strategy too is why we came out with the Android enrollment software. The software we're using before was based on Windows. We now had to develop an Android enrollment software so that people can use mobile devices. There are some mobile devices now that people can use, especially to reach out to people that are in the creeks, the water areas, and all of those people. It's easier for people to carry those mobile devices to go there and do the registration. So every day we learn, we find out new things, we go back to the drawing board and try to, work on what we have done before and implement the new things we have learned so that we can make sure we meet the needs of all the people. So that's what we do for the rural area. I don't know if you were here when I talked about the data protection and privacy. I've already talked about it. I've mentioned it. I've talked about the NIMSI Act, which also have some elements of the data protection and privacy. I've talked about NIMSI driving the National Data Protection Bill. I've talked about all the things that we do to make sure that the data that we are holding in trust for the government is being protected. There is no unauthorized access to it. Only those who are authorized can access it, and the different levels of authorization and access that we have. As you all know, security is a moving target. There's nothing that is proof that you say, oh, I did it 10 years ago and nobody can break it. You're joking. Give somebody 6 months to 1 year, they will learn how to hack and break it. So you too have to constantly be updating yourself. You constantly have to be also ahead in terms of security. It's constantly a moving target. You can't say I've secured and nothing can happen. Anything can happen. The same people that built that thing that told you is secure will also find a way to break into it because they need to develop another one that is higher than the one that you have. So it's something that you have to constantly be on. No matter what you have done today, to say you have put everything in place in terms of security. If you go and sleep, before you wake up, somebody has already broken into it. So for us, we also keep up with what is happening in the world. We keep up with all the hackings that are going on. We keep up with everything. We also try to update ourselves. Our people constantly go through those training to update themselves to know what are the new things that are out there. How well can we also keep protecting ourselves? But one of the major things that come out from any of the security reports is that insider breach is the highest. Is the people that are inside them, like they say, is the rat that is in the house that tells the one outside that there is fish. So we also have to do a lot to make sure that we don't have an insider breach as well. I mentioned how we all do background checks for us. We have surveillance systems. We have all the different authorization levels and access levels and all of that. In fact, our server rooms and data center, nobody sits inside there. You can't say because I'm the one database administrator, I will sit inside the server room. No, we have what we call a network operation center. That is where you can remotely do all the work that you need to do on that system. You can't go inside that server place to go and sit there, except there is a work that requires you to physically go. And that's the one that we implement the 4 eyes and 2 keys. Not one person can enter at any time. And if the 2 of you enter and one person wants to go out, the alarm will beep. There is no more 2 people inside. So those are some of the things that will do. And if 2 of you enter and the door is left open, after a particular period of time, the alarm will go off that this door has not been shut since you people entered. It will start beeping. So you just keep, every day you keep updating and doing certain things to make sure that you do your best and put all the things that you need to put into place. But there are still people out there that every day they are very innovative and creative. Even America, with all the technology, sometimes you still hear that they have hacked into this system. They've hacked into their military database. Security is always a moving target. It never stops. You can't sleep. So you have to constantly be at it. The name-SIM linkage. Any question that has to do with the SIM, please direct it to NCC. I cannot speak on behalf of National Nigerian Communications Commission. I can only speak on behalf of NIMSI, National Identity Management Commission. So if you have any question that has to do with SIM, please take it to the appropriate channel so that I can't speak on their behalf. But if you're asking if enrollment is only for Nigerians, like I've mentioned before, no. The law, the NIMSI Act that was established in 2007 said enrollment is mandatory and it is for citizens and legal residents. If you also go to the NIMSI Act, you will see where it defines who are those legal residents, the registrable people. Foreigners that are legally resident in Nigeria, foreigners that have stayed in Nigeria for a period of 2 years and above. It defines all of those things, including their children, their people, as long as they are all legally resident here. The NIMSI Act defines all of them. So we register Nigerians and legal residents. And we don't register only Nigerians that are physically on the soil of Nigeria. We also Nigerians that are in diaspora. We also register them. And before I forget, we also have enrollment centers in about 22 countries right now for Nigerians in diaspora to do their registration. Because the NIN is also a requirement for passport application or renewal. So if you don't have NIN, you cannot apply for passport or you cannot renew your expired passport. So we collaborate with Foreign Affairs and Nigerian Immigration Service, and we license private partners who have the authorization and the permit to run such services in the countries where they are. And they do the data capture on our behalf too and send it to us here in Nigeria for processing. So we are currently registering Nigerians in diaspora. I think that's all the question. I'm not sure there's any other one.
Okay, thanks for all the responses. There are a lot of people who wants to ask, who still want to have ask questions in the room. And so what I'm going to do is we are going to issue, new sets of numbers for those who have been trying to ask. Remember something? Oh, okay, let me allow you.
Sorry, there's one that I missed out. There was a suggestion that somebody said your biometric capture can be checked with iris capture. Iris is also a biometric, so they all come in the same family. Well, there are so many biometrics that exist. It's not only the fingerprint, the face, or the iris. There are so many biometrics. There is the palm print, there is the finger vein, there's the voice recognition. There are just so many of them, the biometrics that exist. But for the national identity project that we're doing, we have implemented what we call 3 modalities. So the modalities that we have in place in NIMSI is the face, the fingerprint, and then there is the iris. But we have not started doing the iris capture because for the population that we currently have in Nigeria of 200 million and above, face and fingerprint can serve us. If we go beyond those population, then we can start talking about iris. But we also understand that people are saying, okay, you can also start using iris when it comes to the amputees, people that don't have fingerprints, when it comes to children and all of that. The iris biometric also is not as matured or really trusted as the fingerprint as well. All those things come in and they go through a lot of iterations and things. And then we are part of the group or community that we get information and updates on what is happening when it comes to all of these technologies and biometrics. So for us to go into the iris, in our system is already enabled. We have it at our backend system. What is just required is if we now say we want to start capturing the iris, to now buy the capture device, because it has its own device different for capturing. And then if you buy the capture device, then you also need to amend the enrollment software to have the feature to also receive the iris and send it to our backend. So, and there's a lot of cost benefit analysis that have to do with that, because now that we have licensed partners who are doing the data capture on our behalf, it's those partners that are making those investments in the devices, both the enrollment system, the capture devices, the document scanner and everything. So you also have to weigh all of that, the additional costs that you have to also give them. You weigh it against what will be the benefit of introducing the iris at this cost to these people. So these are some of the things that we need to do. But for now, with the population, the fingerprint and the face serves us and is adequate and sufficient. But I believe maybe within the next 1 or 2 years, the iris may come on board. We've already done a lot of work in the back end for us to start using it. It's just that we haven't arrived at that decision to introduce it. So thank you for the suggestion.
All right, thank you for your response as well. So this is the time we take new set of numbers. I'll start from you. Your hand has been. Sorry? Oh, we've not done 5, 6, and 7. Oh my, I thought we did 5, 6, and 7 already. Wow. We need to make the the question more. We need to make our question as brief as possible now, and also the responses, so that we are able to cover everybody. So let's take question 5, 6, and 7 first before I issue new numbers. 5, if you can speak. Please, can we give number 5 a microphone, the second microphone? Or I will just come there myself.
Good afternoon. NIMSI, as a matter of fact, it's an indispensable organization. But it is surprising to note that an organization that has been existing since 2007 deliberately in their policies, excluded over 30 million Nigerians who are citizens that have all the rights and privileges enshrined in the Constitution. Madam, I want to state that in the registration of NIMC, the centers are based in the cities. So one, for a wheelchair-bound indigene of the Federal Republic, you are denied the right to register because you live in a rural community. Not all persons with disabilities can access the city centers, number one. Number two, the communication model between a hearing impaired person while he wants to access the services of NIMC. There are no centers to translate and enable them to communicate so as to capture their identities. Number three, by virtue of some of the devices we use as persons with disabilities, there are some impairments on our fingerprints, not just those affected by leprosy, but overuse, using a walking stick over time tends to make our hands to be tough. And in that regard, sometimes we find it so difficult. When you press your finger to a thumbprint, it will not show. They will tell you some other stories. In order not to take much of our time, I want to use this medium to appeal. It's a privilege to be here, but it was an afterthought that somebody who is so committed in our welfare brought to our knowledge that there is an ID stakeholders. And as stakeholders, we deemed it necessary to shelve other responsibilities to come and hear what the ID stakeholders is all about. On that note, I want to appeal through you to communicate to the authorities of NIMC that over 30 million Nigerians with disabilities over the years have not been adequately included in the planning, implementation, and sustainability of the identification in this country. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, first thing first, I must thank the organizers of this program and also for NIMC for also participating. My question is, since last year, after NSAS last year, there's one kind of rumor that people were peddling that the reason why the federal government is insisting on this name SIM card linkage is to monitor Nigerians. Madam, please, would like to know whether these kind of rumors are true, that the federal government wants to use this thing to monitor activities of Nigerians. Then the second question I wanted to ask, though you have touched it, would like to know if you can throw more light on it, the issue of using this name registration to tackle security issues in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is on the issue of erroneously auto-generated NIN. During last year, when this information was passed across that if you don't link your NIN number to your SIM cards, most people who have not done the registration prior to that time, it was observed that when they dialed the code to get their NIN, they had an auto-generated NIN. And there was a rumor that said, if you've gotten your BVN before this time, that means you have an NIN. And when you find out that then an app was built that will then generate your EID. But most times when you impute that NIN number to that app, you find out the picture of the person that appears is not your picture. So I know of a friend who used that number that was generated automatically to link with her SIM card. As the situation went by, she lost her phone. And now she was to retrieve the line and she was requested to bring her NIN. It was observed that that NIN wasn't NIN originally. So they had to make her to re-enroll for the NIN program. And they even charged her, saying that they need to track that number and they try to link it. And up to this point, she's having an issue that she has done this NIN registration for more than 1 month, and she's still in the process. Whenever she goes to the SIM recovery section, that's the telco companies. Whenever she goes there, they still tell her that the NIN has not been linked to her SIM card, and this is delaying a lot of things because her SIM number is tied to a lot of registrations and a lot of transactions. So I want to know, how do we solve the issue of that auto-generated NIN numbers that were erroneous, and how for this case now, what do we do for her? Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you for this next round of questions. I'll start with the first question. I always like when people present a situation that they are very specific about it so that we can really drill down and know exactly what the problem is and deal with it. Because you just mentioned that NIMSI in their policy excluded over 30 million people. And I'm wondering, who are those 30 million people that we excluded? So I need to have more information on that from registration, because you just threw a figure around. So I need to be very specific on who those people, even though I know you mentioned that people with disabilities, but there are different categories of people with disabilities. So which one in particular are you talking about? Like I mentioned before, we talk to a lot of different associations that represent people with disability. There are people with disability that has to do with blindness that we also deal with. Are they the group of people you're talking of in terms of the 30 million? Or are you talking about people with disability that you're talking about using wheelchair? Or which one? Because we need to know. Then there are also the group, the deaf and dumb group. There's just so many different groups of them that we know. So I need to know which 30 million you're referring to. But like I mentioned when I did the presentation before, NIMSI as an organization and mandated for the work they are doing, maintain offices in all the 36 state capitals, including FCT. And we also have offices in all the 774 local government areas. That is how the structure is. So when you say we are only in the cities and we are not in those communities, are the local government areas not in those, the people not in the local government areas that you're mentioning? I need to know. So because that's the way we are structured to work. And I also mentioned that as part of our strategy to make sure we reach out to every single person, we are now partnering with both public institutions and private sector agencies to license them to be our data capture agents, that they will be able to move around the communities. They can go to all the nooks and crannies to make sure that people are registered. So those are part of the strategies that I mentioned. And we have already started implementing it. I said we have licensed 203 private sector and public sector agencies. And they have set up 4,429 enrollment centers nationwide. So I need to know where the people that you're mentioning are, and then what we can do to reach out to those people. Because we have people that have mobile units. Everybody does not need to come to our NIMSI center. our NIMSI office. There are people that have mobile units, and those mobile units move within the community. They're actually the ones that go to the people and not waiting for people to come to them. So we do that. And we partner with a lot of, like I mentioned before, we partner with a lot of associations. We've seen some of them that say, oh, our people are more in so-so-so location, in so-so-so state. We can mobilize them in a particular place. And we go there, we enroll them. So if such needs arises when it comes to the case that you have presented, then which association should we be talking to? Because I can talk to any of those front-end partners that we have licensed and say, such people exist in this place. You need to go there and then you need to enroll them. And I mentioned too, I just had a meeting with United Nations High Commission on Refugees, and they gave us a list of all the states, of all the refugee camps, refugee settlements, and said, we know these people, we can mobilize them, we can give you an address of where they are located so that your people can go there and capture them. So we don't use just a one-track approach because we know our mandate covers the entire population. We can't sit only in our state capitals and in our local government offices and expect that everybody will show up there. So that's why we've implemented some of these strategic directions that we're doing to make sure that everybody is registered, everybody is included. It's an inclusive system that we're building. So if we can have that population that you're talking about, we'll reach them. We also have meetings with the Ministry of Humanitarian Services, and they gave us, these are the list of IDP camps that we have in the nation. And these are the people that are there. Your people can also go there. And we share those information. Once we have it, we give it to our partners and say, these are the list. Please go to those locations and enroll people. So if you have those figures that you've thrown up, that you're saying 30 million, we want to know where are those communities, where are those people. And we can also, if you go to our website, you will see the list of all the people we have licensed, the names of all the companies. You as an association member can also reach out to them to say, I have my people in social location. Can you send people to come here and enroll? Or you can contact me or anybody in NIMSI. And we usually work with people that way. So we are not building any system or implementing any project that we are excluding. And you're talking about 30 million people. I don't think it's what NIMSI has been set up to do. We're not excluding anybody. We're building an inclusive system. Even when I did my presentation, I said, irrespective of what our act says, we should register citizens and legal residents. We've gone above that to even say we will register even the undocumented people, the stateless people, the refugees, the IDPs, and all the people. We're not leaving anybody out. Our mandate is to cover the entire population, and that's what we intend to do. So you can give me that information that you have regarding those groups, and we will work on how we register all of them. And then you mentioned about people prolonged use of walking stick that restricts their biometric capture. I don't know if you were here when I did my presentation. I also mentioned that we have a feature that is in our system that enables for biometric bypass for those who are amputees or who have maybe some fingerprints that are, not all fingers are there and all of that. We've implemented all of those things in the system. There's no way we will build a system that will not include everybody. We're building a system that includes every single person in Nigeria. So we have a biometric bypass feature within our system. If you're an amputee, they don't need to capture your fingerprints. There's a feature that says you bypass that person's biometrics, but we need to make sure that it's truly an amputee and not somebody that has 10 fingers and saying they should bypass the biometrics for the person to be registered and issued name. So those are the things that we have to do because people misuse some of those features that we have. So our challenge is to make sure that it's truly an amputee, it's truly someone that does not have those fingerprints that we are capturing. And if you have a difficult fingerprints to capture, we have a system that has a special capture device that they can, no matter how rough or anything, it can still capture some of the fingerprints. And we try not to also leave it open to just anybody because people misuse those things. So in each of our center, we have our supervisors who have those authorizations to do that. So for anybody that is in any center that is having that difficulty, we have a supervisor that will intervene because they are the ones that are required to log in with their own credentials to make that capture possible. Not just any enrollment operator anywhere that will be doing it. Because we've seen cases where people were misusing those features. They will enroll 50 people in a day and 40 of them don't have biometrics. And when we do further investigation and research, we find out that those people have biometrics. They have fingerprints. It's just that they tried the first time. They had difficulty. Then they now went to utilize the feature that is saying bypass the biometrics. We don't want that happening. So that's why we've restricted that authorization to certain people that we can monitor and know that, yes, if you do that, you take responsibility. If tomorrow we find out that somebody full fingers with biometrics and you did not capture, then you will be held responsible for that particular capture that was done. So these are some of the things that we've put in place. We also have information that some of the licensed people that we have were also bypassing, and we removed the biometric bypass from all the partners. We told them, your people are also not complying, and we can't just leave a system that people are giving us garbage in and garbage out. The integrity of the database is our utmost concern. We're building a system that people should trust and people should rely on. So we don't want anything that will mess up that trust and reliability and credibility of the system. So that's why we do all that. But we made adequate provision for people that have issues with their biometrics, people that are amputees. All those provisions have been built in the system. And like I said, every day we go out on the field, we find new things and we still come back to the drawing board to review again, to make sure that we adequately take care of everybody in the country. The next question, you said after NSAS last year, rumor on monitoring. I don't deal with rumors, though, so I don't know about NSAS and the rumor. I can only tell you from the NIMC perspective and the project that we're doing. We only register people and give them NIN. If federal government through NCC said your NIN must be linked to your SIM, that is a policy directive from NCC and not from NIMC. Ideally, they are only borrowing from the NIMC Act that said you should have also presented your NIN first before you even acquire the SIM. So it's like we're all working backwards to achieve the same law provisions. If it had been done from the beginning, then we will not be here. It would have been that even before you opened the account, you must have had NIN. Before you bought the SIM, you must have had your NIN. So they would have established your identity first before they provided those services. So, but be it as it may, we're all working backwards. So I don't know anything about the rumor on monitoring. I don't know who is monitoring. We don't hold the database of the SIM registration. So how are we going to be monitoring you? We only have your NIN registration that has no intelligence to it. So it just says it's issued to you with this your data fields that we are captured. That's it. So if anybody wants to monitor you, then that means you're talking from the telco point of view and NCC. So I can't answer that question for you about the monitoring. But like you said, yes, the NIN, it's a tool for identification that also enables us to make sure that we tackle the issue of national security that are out there. Because most of the time we keep saying we don't know who these people are. And we're saying we need to have a system that we can use to establish the identity of every single person. So if we all have this NIN and we can be uniquely verified at any point in time, then we'll be able to know who people are. For instance, one of the biggest challenges we have in the country is from your birth to your death. You don't have a unique number that can trace or track the trajectory of all the things that you have done. When you entered primary school, they gave you a primary school number. By the time you left, you entered secondary school. Did they link that primary school number to your secondary school? No. Then secondary school gave you another number. By the time you left secondary school, did jump. Jump gave you jump number. By the time you pass the jump, you enter university. Did they link the jump number to you? No. The university gave you another number. You finish university, you got job. Your office gave you another number. You finished, you become pensioner. Pension gives you another number. There is no number that can say this is Uche Chibo from primary that went through all these things and up to here. So that unique number, the NIN, is what we're saying should be like your social security number. That from all your life cycle, it goes with you. That we can say, yes, is this Uche Chibo who attended this primary school, went to this secondary school, did this, graduated from this school, worked in so place. You are one and the same person in all of that. That's just what we're trying to achieve. So that we can curb all the incidences and issues of identity theft, duplicate identities, ghost identities, and all of that. That's where the major challenge we have is. You are one and the same person. Whether I'm the one that has this driver's license, it's the same Uche Chibo. I'm the one that acquired this passport, it's the same Uche Chibo. I'm the one that opened this bank account, it's the same Uche Chibo. All my information match in all of that. It's the same face they will see, the same name, the same date of birth, the same everything. But what we have now is where there are multiples of those things, depending on how you feel or which system you want to go to. People create any identity they feel like. So that's why for immigration now, if the name you have given us does not tally with the name you give them for passport, they will not renew passport for you. It must match. First name to first name must match. Middle name to middle name must match. Last name to last name must match. Because people play around with any of those things. We've had cases, somebody will come and say, Usman Al Hassan Bello. He will go to immigration, he will turn it the other way. He's Bello Al Hassan Usman. Tomorrow, when something comes up, he'll say it's not him. We've had issue of Evans and Evan. Those are issues. And it is seen in the identity sector. They are two different people. Yeah? So it has to be the same across any of those sectors and services. It must match. Even in international travel, if you have a passport, like my passport, Uchenna Chibo, and I go and buy my ticket and I write Uche Chibo, they will not allow me to fly. I can claim tomorrow that I'm not the Uchenna, even though it's a short form of Uche. They will not allow me. It has to match the same way it appeared in my passport. It should appear in my ticket. So that's the thing that we're trying to establish. That whether you're in immigration passport, bank, BVN, database, you're in PENCOM, you're anything, all your names must match. First name to first name, middle name to middle name, last name to last name. Because when you go to, is when you test those things in court, you will know that those things are really, really important. If I rearrange my name, tomorrow I say my first name is Nwabogo, my middle name is Uche, and then my surname is Chibo, and I go to somewhere else, I now say my first name now is Uchenna, and my middle name is Nwabogo, and my first name, I can always go to court and prove it is not the same person. And it can be proven. So it's very, very important that we get it right if we have to move to solve, like you mentioned, national security issues. Okay, the last question, you said erroneous auto-generated name. There is no erroneous auto-generated name. What happened is that we have commenced BVN harmonization. I mentioned to you that part of our mandate is to harmonize all the existing legacy databases that are out there that government has, because they are silos. They are not talking to one another. They are not integrated. So you can be a different person in BVN and a different person in INEC and a different person in driver's license, but it's the same you. The name that you have here is different from the name you have here and the name you have here, but it may be the same picture, but they are different names. So we're trying to harmonize those things to make sure that you are one and the same person across. So part of that harmonization, we started with BVN. So some of the BVN records that they have pushed to us to do the harmonization, we process it. Sometimes when we process, it can show us, oh, this person has already registered before and he has an NIN. Then sometimes we process it. It will say, oh, this person has not registered before to have NIN. And then BVN said, then use the information that I've given you to register that person and generate the NIN. So in some cases, people that have gone to give BVN different things, so maybe their brother that is in the US or UK, and they use their own face and use their another person's biometric and use another name to register so that they will have BVN when they were trying to do that. Those are the people that when this NIN is generated and they go back to say, I want to register, the information is not matching because it will compare the 10 fingerprints you gave them in BVN with the one you are bringing to us. And it will tell us if it's a perfect match or not. It will compare the picture that you gave BVN with the one we have captured of you. And it will tell us, is it the same person? So these are some of the challenges that people are having. So, but to be putting the word and say erroneous, not erroneous auto-generated name, it's as a process of that harmonization that name was generated. And the way it works is that we use limited information from the BVN to generate that name. So even though the NIN has been generated and you use the TRAS-64346 to see it, you will not be able to authenticate or verify it because you have not come to update the remaining information with NIMS. Because our form and their forms are not the same. So we still have other data fields that you need to complete when we do that. So we usually send them text messages to say, your BVN has generated any, go to any NIMSI center to update your information. Most of them ignore. Most of them activated do not disturb, so they don't even get the message. So until the day they now need the NIM, then they start having this issue. Then they're now trying to see how they can solve the issue. So the person that you're talking about is in this Port Harcourt. So meet the state coordinator so that she will find exactly, we can drill down exactly what the problem is with her case. Because the way she may have shared it with you may not be the way the thing are. Until we call her and talk to her, then we can give you feedback and say what she told you is not the true position of things. So those things happen. But we are not the one that will link your SIM to your NIN. Your NIN linkage with your SIM is done by telcos and NCC, not NIMS. We don't keep SIM. So you are only linking to your SIM. It doesn't come to us. You understand it now? So NIMSI cannot be telling you if your NIN has been linked to your SIM. Do you understand it now? It's the NCC and telcos that will answer that one. Okay, let me give you an example. There's a man that said he went to, there's somewhere he went to and they were asking him, does he have NIN? And he said yes, that he does. So they asked him, he gave them the NIN. He did the *346 and he gave them the NIN. But when they now did the verification, they said, okay, this NIN does not belong to you. He said it's my own. Now, if it's not my own, how come it's my phone that I did *346 to get it? So they were asking him, do you have children? He said yes. So they asked him, what are your children's names? He started mentioning. So they now said, okay, do you know this face? So they just turned and showed him the picture. He said, that's my son. And he mentioned the name. He said, that NIN you gave us is your son. He used your phone number when he was registering. So that's why when you took your phone and did *346#, you got an NIN, but it does not belong to you. So the man said, because I saw if you want to retrieve NIN, dial *3. I just dialed and I saw NIN. I said, that's my NIN. But he has never gone to any center to register. So that was how we were able to solve the problem, because he was really shouting and raking that he has an NIN and they're refusing to attend to him, saying it's not done. Until further investigation, we reviewed all of those things. Then we told him, but okay, have you ever entered any center? Yeah. So that was when he now went to enter. Then he said, but how do I remove this my number that my son is using? So we told him, you can ask your son to come and do an update. So that update, he will ask that that number should be removed. They will now put his own number so that you will stop using your phone to do the *3, because what the *346 does is that that number you wrote on the form when you register the NIN is what it links to your record. So it's only people that have that can do the *346 and retrieve. Then if you also use the same number to register your children, most times if you dial it, it will not return anything for you, because it's not asking, so which of the NIN should I give you? Because there are multiple people with the same number. So it cannot answer that question. So it will not return anything to you. And you see some of them, they will come to our office shouting, I register, how come I'm doing this *346? It's not showing me anything. Then until you ask and you dig. He said, I registered my son now, he's not up to 16. I registered my daughter, I put my phone number and all of it. I said, so which one will he now give you as the NIN now? Because he doesn't know who is requesting. It's the same number, but multiple people. So some of those issues exist. So until we talk to the people and drill down, we find out exactly what the issue is, and then we can resolve it. So you meet her, and then let her get to the person, and then we'll get. Sorry? You either you remove your kids from your number from your kids registration, and it only be you, or if you have given them their own phone numbers, then you add their numbers to their own registration. If not, then you now have to always go to the other method of visiting any of the NIMSI center, and they do either biometric verification or any other type of verification to retrieve the NIN for you. So there are multiple ways that you can retrieve the NIN. But if it has to be phone number, if multiple people use the same phone number, then it will not return any value. It's like your bank account. If you're going to use the same number and open account for your brother, for your sister, and you think a lot will be coming to you, then we're not now. There are so many people that are using the same phone number, so it will not. It has to be only you. Only you will receive the alert. Only you will see the transactions going and everything. So it's the same thing with that USSD code. It has to be tied to that owner of the number. It's not blank. It will just tell you that it will not. Yes, it tells you to go to the nearest NIMSI office. It always tells you that. The only thing is that the person at that point is looking for NIN. No, I'm saying it will not return the NIN now. So it's nothing to you, because at that point you want to retrieve your NIN. So you're not seeing any NIN and you're frustrated. But it will tell you to go to the nearest NIMSI office. It won't return the value. That's the NIN value that you're looking for. And then people get frustrated, forgetting that when they were doing the registration, they put the phone number for multiple. No. Bring the case. Let me see. I said, bring the case. Let's investigate it. You can't put your NIN and to show you another. Even in my system, if I want to do a search on you in the system, if you give me your name and I put it, it will bring everybody that has that same name. So that's why we try to use something unique that will bring only your record. If I type Uche, it will bring every Uche in Nigeria that has registered. How am I going to now find the Uche that I'm looking for? So, but everybody's phone number is unique. So if I put phone number, it will only bring that phone number, any record that you can find. So, but if it's only you that has used that phone number, then it will bring only your record. You understand the point I'm making? So that's how any database system is designed. So using name is not unique. So when you use name, it throws up everything. If I use date of birth, it will throw up everything. So that's why you do a search by a unique value that we only see that record that you're looking for. Like some people will tell me, oh, I can't find my NIN. Then they say, this is my name. I say, I cannot use your name. Because if I put Mohammed, millions of Mohammed will come up. So which Mohammed am I looking for? Am I going to now be checking millions of real your face to say this is the Mohammed I'm looking for? So you need things that will just do that particular record. So that's how it happens. The SIM registration, why the government is even doing this main SIM linking is as a result of improper SIM registration. The SIM registration was not done properly. People were doing all sorts of things. All those agents they had, they were even pre-registering the SIM to sell. So they just sit down and be typing, Ngozi, okay, Ifoma, Ayo, this one and this one, and they are putting their biometrics and register it and send it. Then they keep it and wait for you and I to come and buy. So you come and buy, and you think it's your your information that is on the SIM is another person. Sometimes even when people are kidnapped and they search, you will see one small girl that is the owner of the skin. He says, now this 12-year-old, now be the kidnapper that is asking for ransom. You're wondering. Then when you do a trace, the person was kidnapped in Zamfara. But the SIM that was registered, the person that registered is living in a point. How? It doesn't match. So those are some of the challenges. Even in some places, they register and put a different face. You can even see an animal face. There is not a human being. So it's those improper SIM registration that made the government to say we want to now enforce that NIN, because they know that NIN registration does not allow any of those things to happen. You have to present yourself by yourself and sit, and they will capture your information, take your biometric, take your face. So they now said we have to now tie every SIM to that NIN so that we know exactly who those people are. And any SIM by the deadline that does not link to the NIN, then we know that those are not human beings anymore. We will remove them off the system. Then when they now want to get new SIM, they will come and follow this process that they must register and get their NIN first before they buy a SIM. So that's what started all of those things. So there's so much challenges out there. And those are the things we're also trying as possible not to get to again with the agents that we are licensing. That's why some people say you're too strict. It's better we are strict and we get the right data and we maintain the integrity of the database, then we relax and open it and people just do as they please. If I have 50 million, let me know this 50 million, I can trust it. Than that I want to have 200 million and I cannot trust anything in that system. So that's why it's taking us a very long time, but we will get there. So thank you all for the questions. I don't know if we exhausted all the questions now.
There are people who have been raising their hands, but we'll make this very stretch very short, as brief as possible. So please, those who wanted to ask questions the other time that I have to hold on, apologies that we have to delay up till now to recognize you. So if you are still in the room, please can you just indicate by raising your hand? So you'll be number 8, number 9, and Madam will be number 10. I think that's all. Oh, okay, number 11, and that will be all. After the number 11 question, we'll wrap up and go for lunch and close from there. So we'll take number 8. I also still have some questions, so we'll take number 8. Let's take all the questions at once so that she just responds to everything at once. So. Let's take those who have not spoken at all. We'll take the question. But let's take those who have not spoken. So number 8.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, Madam Uche Chibo, for your beautiful presentation and for the sensitization so far. You talked about the enrollment target for this process. And they mentioned children, adults, Nigerian diaspora, foreign legal residents, refugees, internally displaced persons, and then undocumented people as well. So how do you register the undocumented people? When you register them, what becomes their fate in terms of whatever is supposed to be accrued to citizens of the country and people that actually have registered and they've been given this NIN, what the benefits, or if there are actually, does it also apply to these people? So that is one. You talked about the challenges: poor funding, connectivity, power, consumables, extortion. And then my question here is, if we're talking about, this is a federal government thing, if we're talking about poor funding, are we not going to be saying that our country does not have enough money to actually make this thing, work without even having to talk about the poor funding as a challenge here? That's my question. So then, with the other challenges you mentioned here, what are the measures that are in place to overcome or tackle these challenges? You already talked about the extortion. Where you say that if you provide evidence and where people are extorting, or your agents are extorting, we could dismiss them and stuff like that. I don't even want to go back to it, but my worry is about the innocent people who line up, because we're talking about induction, or you induce some of the people induce according to what you said. But what about the innocent ones that will wake up as early as, okay, back then when the process was not decentralized? Now I can say that they've sent we have different centers for registration. So before now some persons will wake up so early as 5. I've gone to the location before. I've done mine before. Now I don't have any challenge, but experiencing, I've got to meet people who get there 5, 6, and they line up, and then some persons come to to say, like the sharp ones, you want to pay, and the officers in charge, they consider those ones more. So what happens to the ones that are innocently on the queue? They are going through the real process, and then the officers there, they just look at them as, man, go with your, we don't care about the process anymore. Let's get our stuff. Let's get our money here. So how do you tackle that?
It's not about, these people are not inducing, they are following the due process, they are following the right track. So what becomes the fate here? Thank you, Madam.
Okay. I will take number 9. So if you did not raise your hand before, so we created the opportunity for that. We are taking the number, the people that have the numbers now. Yes. Number 9.
Yes, my name is Sonny Ezekwere, and I speak as a software developer, and by the grace of God, I forage in the realms of cybersecurity. So my first question is going to touch on data security, and my second question is going to touch on data privacy as well. All right, so when you were making your presentation, I was able to deduce that the application that drives the name seed registration is actually built on blockchain technology. That's what I was able to deduce because of the immutability nature, you described, when data can be deleted, but it keeps track of whatever it is that is done. So you can't delete anything. That's immutability. And that best describes blockchain technology. So I want to believe that is built on blockchain. And that's a very good thing. I like that. Okay. And but my concern is if my assumption is right, have enough redundancy in place, given the decentralized nature of blockchain. Do we have enough redundancy in place to ensure that we have data loss? Assuming something happens, we're not going to have data loss. There's enough redundancy in place. So a system in the chain packs up, another one is available to take up from where. That's my question number 1. Do we have enough redundancy in place to, address data loss? My second question is, touches on the ISO certification you talked about, that your data center is ISO certified. That's a very good thing. But I know there is also a part of ISO standard that touches on the activities of users of the system. Okay, especially where it has to do with data at rest. Data at rest, data in flash drives, data in hard drives, data that are not active. You have agents that are helping you with the registration, and they will be managing a lot of this data, our data. And this data will be in their flash drive, some in their hard drive. Are they compliant with the provisions of ISO? Are they aware of this ISO standards? Are they complying with the ISO standards in ensuring that data that's addressed with them is actually safe, that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands? That's my question number 2. The last question is on the availability of API. We have developers out there who will want to, access your data for the purpose of verification, just using the NIN number to verify somebody. They may want to, connect to your system to verify, people out there. So is the AI API available, and is it free for developers to use? Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. I am Christy Iwezo, Executive Director, Canaan Peace, Women and Community Development Initiative, and also the State Focal Person, Association Against Child, Sexual and Gender-Based Violence. I would just want to thank the organizers of this engagement. And it's a welcome development, especially at this present dispensation. I want to ask a question relating to a child or children. For example, if a child is stolen from this state to the other state, and in course of your presentation, you talked about myself registering my children or my child with my name. And so if a child is stolen from one point to the other, and I am able, maybe I'm the one that stole the child, I'm able to take this child to the name center to register with my phone number, my name, and automatically that child becomes mine. So how do we identify this child that is stolen, who has been successfully registered with my name, my phone number, and all other information? That's number one. Then number two, I thank God that our sister, the state coordinator, is here. And she has been doing wonderfully well in the state. We met with her time and time again. I think when it comes to these challenges, I think there should be continual sensitization by the state coordinators that anchors these programs. Because you find out that, for example, I have 4 names. And when you go to the communities, if I move to an institution A, and I'm putting down my information, I will just put Christy Iwezo. And when I move to institution B, you ask me of my identity, I'll just put Baribumamin Iwezo. And when I move to institution C, you ask me, I put Evelyn Iwezo. So the community people are not aware that at this point you are supposed to harmonize your names to know the ones that you will run with to, has maybe formal names, or the ones you will run with and the ones you will drop totally. So if you wake up today and put this name here, and tomorrow you wake up to put the other name, and when it's time to maybe BVN, name and phone number, these names are scattered. You find out that it's actually one of the challenges. And so, thank God the state coordinator is here, and not only in our state, I'm suggesting and advocating that there should be a continual training for community gatekeepers, community opinion leaders, community mobilizers, that will continually sensitize their subjects using the existing structures that they have. It will not cost them anything. If the community leaders are trained and at their own time, maybe they leverage on their existing structures to sensitize, to create the awareness, to talk to their people the need, why their names should be harmonized. And anywhere you are going to, make sure you put these names down. It will reduce, if not eliminate, some of these problems we are having in the system. Then secondly, I only want to ask, we were told sometimes, not from your office, that if the name ID card is laminated, it's not acceptable at the airport. Thank God you're here and I'm here also as a community leader. Is it advisable to laminate the name, or we should continue to use it the way it is? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ma, for another opportunity. I want to ask, for instance, when I did my NI registration, my name is Wogo Fortune Chimwatu. So let's probably I get married, and now I have to replace my current surname with my husband's name. How will my husband's surname be updated on the NIN? Will I have to go myself to go and update it in NIMC, or will it automatically update itself? Then the second question I'm asked, okay, it happened to my mom. When she did her NIN registration, she had 4 names. So she joined her surname and my dad's name with hyphen. So they asked her to go and modify it, to go and update it. She went to the office and paid the remitter to correct her name. So up to now, the hyphen refused to go out. Yes, the hyphen refused to go out. And because of that, her office keep on bouncing the card that she cannot use it because that hyphen is still there. So in that case, what should she do? Because she has done this like 2 times now and it's still occurring again. Thank you.
Was she number 11? I think it's the second time you're asking questions. Oh, I didn't know. I would not have allowed you. Okay, so we're going to...
Can we accommodate one more person? No. This was the number 11 was the last.
No, I think it was the lady there. There was a lady there. That's why I was surprised.
No,
when
there was no lady. This person now did not get it. She was the number 11.
Oh, okay. She was the
Yeah.
You were number 11, right?
Can we accommodate
Okay.
one more person?
Is it just one more person left?
Yeah, one.
Just when. So let's accommodate.
Okay.
He wants, he has been asking questions. Wants to follow up on this question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I greet all of you. I teach in a secondary school, and we noticed that during WAEC, JAMB, and their external exam, the students, the certificate class, keep telling us that they are queuing somewhere to register name. And we observed that a lot of them were no longer in class. And we also observed one crying that her name number was delayed until JAMB registration closed. So if it is true that name number has something to do with this external registration, WAEC, NECO, JAMB, and all the rest, I want to ask, or I'm appealing, will there be an understanding between name and secondary school principals, management, so that as soon as they get to SS3, since they will be facing all these external exams that name is required, so that while they are in that classroom setting, overseen by the principal, this registration can be done. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a mic here, so we just use the microphone here. You can put that off. We've taken all the questions. So before she responds to the question, I'm just being conscious of time. We have just about 15 minutes before the end of this program, before lunch. As you would notice, they're already bringing in the lunch. So I want to make sure that we make judicial use of the small time that is left. I need to say this for the benefit of everybody, that one of the reasons why we are here is not to get answers to all the questions. There are some things we are going to say here that NIMSI will take as feedback to also help them improve their system. When Madam Chibo was speaking today, there were a lot of things she said today that 3 years ago were questions that we were asking NIMSI. And I noticed that a lot of those things have been addressed. So when we talk to NIMSI like this, we're also giving them an opportunity to reevaluate their system. So let us not have the mindset that I have to get answer to all the questions I'm asking. Some of them will require them going back to their own office, discuss more, and see how can we address some of the questions or some of the issues. Secondly, you asked some very technical questions. I won't speak on behalf of Madam Chibo, whether she is in the best position to respond to some of those things, because I noticed that some of your questions were very technical and we may require maybe an IT inclined person to be able to respond. Okay, she will answer it. So just to give us that mindset that the purpose of this meeting is not just to get answer to all the questions, it's also to give NIMSI an opportunity to know what are the issues that are bothering us, that we have encountered in the process, and so that they can also look into it and see how they can move forward with it. I also have more questions, but I won't ask them because of time. I would use the benefit of my relationship to follow up with her and get my responses later. So I will let her answer the remaining questions now. And when she does, you will be able to, pastor, because you're a pastor, you'll be able to ask, your follow-up question because you have to respect the pastor, the anointing. So, madam, please come and take the rest of the question as briefly as possible.
Okay, thank you all again for this last round of questions. I'll start with the first question that was on enrollment that you were asking about undocumented people. If you were here when I made my presentation, I mentioned that the NIMC Act says we should register citizens and legal residents, but that is a very high level definition. But when you now go out there in the field and you start to do enrollment, you begin to break down what do you mean by citizens and legal residents, because it's a combination of different groups of people. So we found out that citizens, you have children, you have adults. So we're enrolling children, we're enrolling adults, and we're giving them the national identification number, NIN. And then you also have people that are internally displaced people within your country. You have to register those people because when they're internally displaced, the disaster that chased them from where they were living to where they are now, they've lost everything. They don't have any documentation. They don't have any certificates. They don't have anything to show you. So you have to have a process to register those people. And then we also have within the country people that are refugees. Nigeria has accepted them and they've been assimilated into the community and they are issued some documentation. So they may not fall under your idea of citizens and residents, but they have a documentation. So legally, they are resident in Nigeria. So you have to also have a way to register them. So, and then we have a group of people you call undocumented, people that for no reason, they don't have any documentation. They have never interacted with any government in any form. Their births were not registered. They don't have birth certificate. They've never gone to road safety to get driver's license. They've never gone to INEC to do voters registration. They've not gone to any bank to have any BVN. And they don't have any document to show you anything. But there are people that are Nigerians. They are living here. Do you now throw them out? You still have to have a way to register them, whether they have documents or not. So those are the things I said that we're building an inclusive system. Even within your village, you may have those undocumented people. I'm sure if you go to your village, you will have people that if you tell them to give you birth certificate, they don't have. Give me driver's license, no. Passport, no. Voter's card, no. Anything you ask, no. Okay, how do you tell them prove that you're a Nigerian? You understand it now? So that's why we register all of them. And then it's also part of the strategy is that you don't leave any loophole that people will exploit. Oh, if they are not registering undocumented people, all of us will fall as under undocumented now, so we will not register. And then they will continue to perpetuate identity theft and all the things that are happening. So that's why we're registering everybody. So you understand what is behind the registration now and why we're doing that. And you said under the challenge, you saw poor funding. Is it that the government cannot fund NIMC? Well, if you understand government, you understand that every year there's a budgeting process. Not that government cannot fund you, but there are so many things that are competing for the funding. So depending on what government places priority on, they will fund the most. So you may say, oh, this thing is very, very important. But then the people that are making the decision may not see it as very important. So they will not allocate adequate funding to it. So those things happen. And when they happen, you have to find a way to still do your job and deliver the mandate. Because if government was funding us properly, we will not be going to the development partners to borrow money. to implement the project. So there are things that are competing. Somebody will say, oh, this identity is important. They should give them the money. Then other people will say, please, power is more important than this identity now. They should give money so that they'll give us power. Another person will say, it's very important to these IDPs that have been displaced. They should focus on them. Another person will say, agric is what is giving us the money in the economy. Let's go and invest in agric and build the economy. So there's so many competing interests, competing needs. So it's a priority. It depends on the priority that is placed. And that's what will happen. And because the project is the one that is deals with everybody in the country, it's a huge project. It's not something cheap. Even if you say, oh, to produce this national ID card will cost us $10 or $5. Do the $10 times 200 million people. How much will it come to? What is your national budget in a year? Then you do the maths. Then you say, is that the only thing government will be doing? That they will not give money to health, to education, to this, to that. So that's how government works. So you have to find a way around it. They're not saying that it's not important, but then there's so many other things that are competing. So we'll still be doing the best that we can. Your question on the extortion, I didn't really understand the context or where you were going to with the question, because you're saying, well, it's not about the evidence for the extortion, but what is the fate of the people that are killed? It's the responsibility of everybody. If I'm on a queue and I see somebody trying to shunt, then I speak out. I will have to tell the person that, no, I have been standing here. You can't just come and bypass me. Maybe that day we will spoil the queue and then we do the right queue. People need to always speak. We know everybody has different personality and all of that. Some people are more outspoken than others. But then you can decide to speak and let it be known that you people know this is what they are doing and they shouldn't be doing it and it's not right. And you may leave it at that. At the back of their mind is registered that there's somebody that is going to challenge whatever it is they are doing. Some people may also voice their opinion and insist that nobody is going to shut this queue, whether you have given money or not. Maybe you could go and create another road for them or open another gate where but this one that we are standing, they will not pass. Responsibility. And like you said, who pays the piper takes the tune. So when somebody is being paid, the person will always want to go the route of where he's collecting, rather than the people that have come early, stood on the queue and on the line and waiting to register. So it's a collective responsibility. And we do feel the pain of those people. That's why we say report the people that are doing it with evidence and we will sack them. We have no pains in sacking them. Maybe when they look for a job again for another 2, 3, 4, 5 years, then they will know that this 1 naira is not worth it than losing your livelihood, because people need to learn. So you do it by example, then everybody adjusts. Because when they know somebody can be terminated and if they are caught, then the others will just automatically adjust. So please, let's help. Just give us evidence and we'll deal with the matter. Then the other question is on the software developer that asks the question on the NIMC software and the redundancy and ISO certification. Well, there are so many softwares in NIMC. We have the enrollment software, which is a standardized software that we give to people. We developed it, we give to the people. So we have so many things that we have built in the software. It doesn't allow you to retain data or to keep data. There are so many encryption that happens too. Because when you send the data, with the encryption that we have, we encrypt data at rest and data on transit. And even when you're transmitting it to us, you transmit it to us in a secure channel through a VPN that we give you access to. So it's only those who have that with the credentials and the VPN that can also send us data. So our software is standardized. That's for the enrollment. And I mentioned we have the Windows version and the Android version. The other, the mobile app that we have, the solution that you're talking about, is the one that is built on the blockchain technology. So it's a mobile app that we have. You can download it on the Google Play Store or Apple Store as well. So that one is built on the mobile chain technology, and the redundancies are all there. But apart from that, generally, we have redundancy in all our systems. We have our primary data center, we have the disaster recovery site. We also implement multiple nodes in what we're doing. We also do clusters for all our systems. So our focus is on high availability and all of that. So right now for the enrollment system, we are also working on making it a distributed system. And also for the verification, we are working on making it also a distributed system because of the multiple people that are trying to access and all of that. In terms of our ISO certification, yes, we focused on our data center, but apart from the data center, the certification also covers the people and the process. We are not certifying our offices because we just wanted to do that limited certification. It's a huge cost. If we want to do our office, I mentioned we have offices in 36 states and 774 local government. That's going to be a huge burden for us to carry. So that's why we limited it just for that data center, but it covers the people and the process. So all of us, in terms of people, HR, the processes that we use in all the things that we're doing, they are all certified as well. So that's what we do when it comes to the ISO. Then for the agents registration, I think I've already mentioned about the encryption. We do encryption at rest and on transit. Yes, all the agents are aware. That's why we are not allowing any of them to develop any of the enrollment software by themselves. We give them that standardized software that we have built in all of those things. Because even on our software, we also have a GPS coordinates into it. If you are licensed for a particular location, you can go and register outside those your coordinates as well. So we do that, and people have to log in with credentials. You must have registered and have a NIN to also log in. We're also working on implementing that every enrollment operator will use both their NIN and biometrics to log in, because we want to drill down to those non-repudiation, where somebody will say, it's not me. Somebody used my credential to log in. No, we want to hold you to it. The person can use your credential, but did you also carry your fingerprints to come there to log in for the enrollment? So we're doing all of that. And then the software that we also give to them, also, if you do an enrollment capture and within a particular period of time, you don't have access to network to transmit it, it deletes. It gives you a certain particular time and then it will delete. That's the way the system, the software has been designed. But we understand that there's offline enrollment that can happen in locations where there are no network or broadband penetration. So for those other ones, they are given 72 hours that they have to be within 72 hours. You must go to where you will find a network and connect to transmit the data that you have collected. If after that 72 hours you don't connect, it wipes everything that is in that device. So those are some of the measures, but there are also things that we are reviewing, because like I said, every day you go out the field, you get other information, you get feedback, you have to also go back and begin to review some of those things. Then in terms of the verification, we have an API. So if you're interested, you can apply. You have to do application to have the verification API. We license people for the verification process. And you go through the procedure, there are requirements and eligibility criteria that you have to meet. If you meet it, fine. Then by the time you will meet it, then our commercial department will now tell you what is the license that you have to pay for that. Because it's a paid for service. Yes, you are also charging people that you're providing the service. So it's a paid for. So if you're interested in that, you can go through the process and apply. The API is there, so they can give you access if you meet the eligibility criteria. Okay, the next question is on the madam that talked about children, stolen children. Madam, there's no way we know if a child is stolen. That's a difficult thing that anybody can do. But we said for the purpose of our registration, the way we've designed the system is that before a child can enroll, the parent or the guardian must have enrolled and use their NIN to register the children because we don't collect the biometrics of the children. So that's why it's designed that way. So it can be a parent, it can be a guardian, because we recognize there are people that have guardians. Their parents are no more. And then there are also people that are in the orphanages and some of these homes that don't have parents. So if the orphanage stands in as their guardian, then whoever is the guardian must have enrolled for us to tie the enrollment to them. For the fact that we're tying an enrollment to a guardian or parent, we're not saying that is the parent. We're just saying that this is person that has taken that responsibility of guardianship for that child for the purpose of enrollment. I hope it's clear to you. Madam. Because there's no way. Even you, if you bring your children now and say you want to enroll, which proof will you give me that I will use to say they are not stolen? Except I do DNA now. I don't have any proof. Nobody can prove that. Except you do DNA. But it's just for purpose of the enrollment. We're saying child enrollment should be tied to a guardian or a parent. So if you're standing in as a parent, then you tie. It does not say that is the mother or the father. A guardian may not necessarily be a mother or a father of the child. You understand the point? So it's a very difficult one. That's why we also work with the Ministry of Women Affairs, because we know that there are a lot of discussions around this child trafficking and all of that. So we collaborate with them and we ask them if there's any other thing you think we can do to help, or how through our own database you can build your own database that helps you to track all these things. Then you let us know. We always work with them to make sure that we help them in any way that we can, for them to also build their own database that have to be tracking maybe children they've already identified that were trafficked. There are some that they have rescued and brought in and all of that. So once they give us that information, we know how we'll assist them to now build their own database, to know how they will monitor those other children and all of that. If we need to now remove whoever has registered them before under their guardianship and change it, we will also do that. So it's always good to collaborate. You can build a system that you're using for identification, but you will find out that it becomes a foundation for so many other things that can be built on. And we encourage those partnership and collaboration. So we're willing to collaborate or partner with you if you have anything that you can give us in terms of advice or feedback on way that we can work together and it will help what you're pursuing or the cause that you're trying to help solve. We're always there to do that. So I'm happy you also mentioned that you already know the state coordinator. So state coordinator, make sure that you also reach out to her from time to time so that you don't stop the collaboration and the partnership. And I also want to thank you for the suggestion that you gave regarding the continuous sensitization. Like I mentioned it earlier, I said publicity, sensitization, awareness is a continuous journey. You don't end. At any time, you will see somebody that will say, I didn't even know about this. I've never heard of this. So it's something that we have to keep on doing all the time. We can't stop doing it. You also mentioned about the names arrangement. It's very key. So when you engage those community leaders and people, you also have to sensitize them. But the thing about it is, why would you go here, you tell somebody your name is Israel Wachku. You come here, you say it's Ayon Wachku. You go here, you say it's this one. Why are you putting different names? Why can't you be consistent and maintain the same name? If you have 3, then always say the 3 now, anywhere you go. You put down the 3 the way it is. So people also see that most of these people know what they are doing and they're trying to use it to also fool certain systems. That's why it's being frowned out. And that's why they're taking it very seriously in the identity sector. You must maintain consistency. If you have the 4 names, keep using the 4. Write the 4 everywhere you go. If you have 2, keep using the 2, write the 2. But you don't have 4 and today I say, oh, fill attendance. You put the first name, second name. Tomorrow you go another function, they say fill attendance. You choose a different one and put. Next time you choose another one. Then there's something behind it. Consistency is good. Mm. Mm. I think it's beyond ignorance. So those people are very wise. They know what they're doing. If I tell you the cases that we have dealt into when it comes to this name, you will know it's not ignorance. So some people take even people that are using their dead brother's names. Yes, people they are using their cousin's certificate. They use it to enter government work or enter military or police. So those are there's so many things that are driving some of this. I don't want to go into all those details. But like you said, we'll continue to sensitize tell them that consistency is key. So maintain your names, use them all the time. I can't go anywhere and tell somebody another name. Anywhere you go and you meet me, they will always tell you this is Uche Chibo, this is Uche Chibo. If today I come and tell you people I'm Ogo Chibo, and then I go to another conference, I tell them it's Uche Chibo. You too, you'll be wondering, it's not the same woman. No. And I go to another place, I change to English name. Somebody will start questioning what is behind you now changing all these names so that we'll just have that consistency. So, the name slip lamination, not acceptable at the airport. I don't know anything about it. Usually, the way we've done an improved name slip now that people can actually, it's like pocket size. It's not like the other big paper that we have that people don't accept. Because why they don't accept that name slip lamination is if you read it properly, you will see somewhere that is written that this name does not, there's a statement that is made there. Yes, there's a statement that is made there on that name slip. So that's why people, because the purpose of it is to communicate your NIN to you. And that NIN is what the person is supposed to be verifying. Do you understand? If not, we've seen people that go and forge that slip. They will take the name slip and put another, superimpose another picture on it and run photocopy and then use it to go somewhere. So we have that caveat that is written on it. But because of the demand for people saying, I need something to be carrying that I can quickly present. Do you understand? So we've done what we call the improved name slip. That is on our mobile app that you can download. It's a pocket size. So that one you can always give it to someone and they can scan the code to quickly verify your identity rather than waiting to have access to NIMSI system to do the NIN verification. So we've done that as well. And then the mobile app also gives you your mobile ID on a phone that anytime you can always show it to the person. You don't have to have the card or be carrying the card. So these are some of the innovations. As we go out and speak to people, we get feedbacks, and then we go back and say, okay, what can we do differently? Which area can we improve on to help the people on the field? The way it's supposed to be done is that the person will just give you the NIN. whether it's at the airport, they should have access to the system to be able to be checking that when people are buying the ticket anyway. Once you now do it and the person uses it to buy ticket, you don't need any other identity again when the person is trying to board, because you've trusted that you checked the identity before they even bought the ticket. So those are some of the things that we're working on, but we'll still take it back to the management and say people are asking if they laminate the name slip, should they be presenting it? And then it may also spur us to have discussion with the airport authority to now ask them, people are saying they are having this difficulty. What can we do differently that people don't go through this difficulty when they are passing through the airport? So we can have that conversation with them and see how we'll convince them to take the improved name slip that is pocket size, which can serve for anybody. So thank you for that suggestion. Okay, you're talking about your name change. You have a maiden name, you've gotten married, and you want your husband's name to be updated. You go to the NIMC Enrollment Center and do name update. But it has a process and requirements, because you can't just come and tell us, I've gotten married, I want to change name. You bring your marriage certificate. You will bring your newspaper advert where you have placed that I once so have now changed name to so by reason of marriage. All other documents remain valid. We bring all of those things, and then you go through the process. Then they will update your husband's name for you. So that's how it happens. Then you have a name, your sister have a name that is joined with hyphen, and she has done name change and is not yet implemented. How many names are there? 4. 4 names and then joined with hyphen. That would be a difficult thing. Are they all the 4 first names or all the 4 middle names or what? Her own surname is joined with hyphen to another surname. And now she has gone to say she wants to remove the hyphen. Then how do you have 2 compound names as surname? That's a difficult thing. Okay. She should go to meet her after this thing and she will explain what they can do. We have people that are having those challenges by reason of the immigration passport that they've had. So we've been having those difficulties. So, but meet her, I think they have a way that, because immigration does not accept some of those things, especially when there's a name with hyphen and all of that. So people now go to immigration, find out there is a problem, then they come back to us and say, I want to change it and I want to remove hyphen. And then you're wondering, like, if my name is Uche Chibo and I want to add Okoye, and I say my name is Uche, but my surname now is Chibo Okoye, someone will expect that the hyphen will be there. But if he doesn't accept hyphen, how will I now say my surname is Chibo Okoye? 2 names and join together. So, but meet her. I think they have a way of resolving those issues. So she will help you to resolve it. And then the last question is the teacher in the secondary school who talked about seeing students queuing to register NIN and asking if we can partner with the exam board and schools to register the students. I mentioned students should not be waiting till exam to say they want to go and register for NIN. We have been registering NIN since 2012. Go and register now. Get your NIN, not when exam comes. You say your NIN did not come out and JAM registration closed. Nobody will listen to you on that. Even this JAM that we're talking about, 2 years ago, they wanted to implement NIN with JAM. All the schools and the National Assembly and everybody was shouting, the time is too short. Give them 1 year so that the people will go and register. 2 years after, somebody is still saying, I did not get my NIN and JAM registration closed. Please go to your school and advise those students. advise the teachers, advise the parents. The children should go and register now and get the NIN. Don't wait until exam. If they are implementing it, you now say it's NIMSI. It's not NIMSI. Oh. People registered since 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 16, 17, 18. And you're talking about 2021. You say it's NIN that made you not to register for JAM. Please advise them to register now and get their NIN. But like I said before, we've also been partnering with all those schools. But because if the child is below 16, then they require that their parents must have enrolled before they can enroll them. But any child that is 16 and above can just register by themselves, because in the identity sector and identity system, 16 is seen as adults. So let them register now. Let them not wait till exam. We're doing registration for everybody. Even 1-year-old child can go and register and get NIN. Newborn babies are being registered, giving NIN. So take advantage of the opportunity, do the registration now. If you haven't registered your children, tomorrow take them for registration. Don't wait. I mentioned it in my presentation. Maybe tomorrow now you hear the Ministry of Education says NIN is used for admission. You start crying. So my daughter will not enter JS1 now. My daughter will not enter primary school. The registration is going on. Do your own, do for all your children. It's once in a lifetime. Once you register and get the NIN, check it out. That number is with you for life. So do it now and have it. All my children, I have their NIN on my phone. I've registered them and carrying it. Anytime you ask, I'll just give you. We don't need to wait. So please, let's go out there, help NIMSI, be ambassadors of NIMSI, speak to your community, speak to your people, speak in your environment, even in your neighborhood. Maybe you live in an estate. You can talk to them to say, please go and register for this NIN. It's very important that everybody should have it. Because you don't know when those policy decisions will be taken. You don't know when the announcements will come. In fact, I have people that know me, come to my office every day or every week or every month. And then all of a sudden, when they heard of deadline for NIMSIM, they started calling me. Hey, I've not registered for NIN. I said, I cannot help you. You come here every day. You see people on the queue registering, and you felt it's not important to you. Then it's when they now told you they are going to block your SIM. You remember, I know one madam, let me call her. I said, madam will not come and jump and then go and put you to go and register. You go and follow that queue. Then you understand next time. When you are privileged to be seeing something, you should take advantage of it. Okay, that brings me to the end of the question and answer section. I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for listening and for the for the very important questions that you asked. I'm excited, and I think I'll say that the questions here were really, really very thought-provoking, and from experience and from compared to you, because a lot of you people were just, I've registered, I've not seen my card. But I'm more encouraged with the questions from Port Harcourt. So thank you all for being part of this section, and thank you for listening and asking these very important questions. Thank you.
So we will let you go very soon. They are also almost done with setting up the launch, but I just want to especially recognize a very special group of people who joined this conversation today. And that is the especially, abled people who are in the room. It's really a pleasure to have them join us, because it was a very short notice for them to be here. It was just a conversation that happened yesterday, and they mobilized and sent representation here. And I think that is very great. So a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And this is also important because typically, not just in Nigeria, in almost every part of the world, this represents a group of people that are actually, in most cases, not considered when public policies are being made. So they get discriminated against in most places. In fact, when we started talking about whether they should be here today, I couldn't give an immediate response because I wasn't sure whether this place has provision to accommodate, access and all of that. But when we came, we discovered that the building has all of those things. So it is a group that has been marginalized over the years. And I understand some of the questions that they've asked to is coming from that place of previous experiences and all of that. And I want to say that we would love to work more with the group, especially in our engagement in the South. We want to be part of our programming, our engagements like this. It's very important to hear your voice, to hear the issues, the challenges that you are facing on issues of not just national identity management, but other issues that also, affect you as citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So before we say our vote of thanks, I had promised Pastor that I will let him ask his question if you recall. And I also want one of the coordinators of the special group I just recognized. I also want her to ask a question because she has not asked her questions too. So after those two, we will we will close and have lunch. You can see that lunch is almost ready. So Pastor, you have the floor first. Then Ms. Petego would ask the final question.
Okay, my question is on renewing your national identity card now, because I was privileged to enroll for this NIMC in 2013. So I got my card in 2014, but now it's expired. So I will suggest, I don't know the system in place, I would suggest that the card should be renewed and sent to the offices like the initial one was done. Then we sent a mail, I sent a mail to pick it up. So that's just it's a suggestion. And also I want to ask a question, how do you renew it?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bitebo Gogo, and I want to thank Bore and his team for organizing this stakeholder engagement, especially for the fact that it was like you rightly said, it was just at the last minute, and they were able to bring in persons with disabilities. I want to strongly recommend that persons with disabilities should not be dismissed. Empathy should be there because it's very easy to disconnect from reality when you're not working in people's shoes. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is that instead of asking us to report people who are collecting bribes, why don't you put CCTV in your centers? I think that will make life a lot easier for everybody else. The final thing is this. I strongly believe that he who pays the piper, yes, dictates the tune. So you've repeated over and over again that funding has come from international donor agencies. And the question that keeps popping up in my mind is, what are the conditions attached to those to the funding that you're getting? Because being in the social sector, we know that people don't just give loans. There are terms and conditions attached to it. And how is that going to affect the future of Nigerians? Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions. And I'm happy that I allowed you to ask those questions because I think they are very important. So Madam Chigo will respond to the questions and to the one asked by Pastor.
Okay. Renewing your ID card. If you go to NIMC website, you'll see the process for renewal. It's detailed there, even the fee that you pay and everything, it's all detailed there. So you can also see the state coordinator. They can also talk to you about it. So that's why I always advise, first of all, go to the website. We have a whole lot of information on our website, everything we're doing.
all that I have told you today, the things I have mentioned, all of them on the website, including the strategic roadmap I say we came out in 2018. It's all on the website. They are all public documents. Every process of enrollment, every policy, all the regulations, why we're doing what, process we're using in implementing, everything is on our website. There's nothing I have said today that is not on the website. So if you visit there, you see. Even where I told you these are people with license, all their names of the company, everything is on that website. All our registration centers nationwide with addresses, they're on the website. So everything is there. So just avail yourself that opportunity, always go in there to see so that you know for yourself and you see what the process and the things are. So when you go to a center and somebody is telling you differently, you say, this is what is in your website, that's the process and the procedure. So renewing your ID card, you can get it from there. It requires a payment, and then the payment is also detailed there on the website. The last comment on the dismissal of persons with disability. I don't think I mentioned dismissal of persons with disability. I said if you report any extortion with evidence, we've had cases that we have investigated, and the punishment was termination of those employments because we have zero tolerance for extortion in our place. So, and yes, you may be right saying put CCTV in our ERCs, but then how many ERCs do we have? And how many CCTVs are you going to put? That becomes a question. We have mobile centers, people that are not in a fixed location. How will they carry CCTV? How will you know if those people are extorting? So okay. I'm still battling with the issue of having power in those centers, and I put CCTV. I don't know how that's going to work. So those are the challenges. And I'm talking about the number of locations that we have. I'm still telling you that people also have to take responsibility to know what the law says and make sure that people also don't do anything that is against the law. If I know something is free and I go where someone is telling me to pay, I will insist I'm not going to pay because it is free. I'm not in total disconnect. I'm just trying to see the rationale. I said it's a suggestion, but I'm looking at the rationale. We're not here to shout. So we're not here. We're not here. Okay, we've listened to you, then we'll take it back. Thank you very much.
Okay. You know, when we came in the morning, I made a comment. I said, Port Harcourt people, because in the morning I was getting a kind of vibe, and I said, this is not what we know Port Harcourt people for. We know you to be very outspoken. We know you are not reserved people. So I was not happy that I was not getting that Port Harcourt vibe. I guess that's the vibe I'm getting now. Yeah, so I understand what you are saying, Madam. I'm sorry if I didn't get the pronunciation right. Madam Gogoya, I understand the point you are making, and I understand the reality or the experience that sometimes people have, especially when people are desperate for the number. It's for me, I think it's a collective responsibility. Collective responsibility on the part of government and also on the part of citizens. But you know, in the overall interest of everybody, what I've seen play out, I've even written about this experience that I have had, and I wrote about it. And I'm surprised that nobody has talked about that during this conversation. When NIN was required for JAM, and students were rushing to go and obtain NIN so that they will be able to write JAM, security agencies, NCDC, police, they were even the one extorting people because they were at those NIN centers. They were supposed to provide security and all of that, and they were the ones that were collecting bribe for some people, and when they collect the bribe, they will just take the person and lead the person directly to go and enroll while other people are on queue. So if you look at it, it's a very complex problem. We cannot dismiss any of the problem, including the fact that sometimes there are even people who would offer bribe without being asked. There are people, because of their desperation, who will say, oh, I can't queue, or I just want this thing to be done on time. And they won't be the one to induce the officers. But there are also legitimate concerns around the staff who also deliberately make the process very difficult, so that it is only those who are willing to settle, as we say it in Nigeria, that get priority attention. But this is not a NIMSI problem alone. It is a Nigerian problem. This is exactly what happens when you also have engagement with law enforcement officers. You go to a police station. I remember I reported a theft at the police station, and they were asking me to pay so that they can investigate. I was not supposed to pay. But what I have seen is that Nigeria's problem are very, very complex problems, and it doesn't have a simple answer in terms of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The solutions are always very complex and are not very straightforward. But then, because we are citizens, at the end of the day, it's still the government that we will blame, because it is the government that we elected to provide these services to us. It is the government that is responsible for maintaining law and order, and at the end of the day, so we will not put the blame on the people, we will still put it on the government. But I recognize that even if government wants to solve some of these problems, the government will still need cooperation from the people. So if I have information that some people are coming to rob somewhere, and I'm able to share it with law enforcement, and they're able to stop that crime, we will have worked together to prevent a crime, right? So it's all about collaboration to the best of our ability as citizens. If, for example, you raised an important point about people who are collecting bribe and all of that, it is going to support the work of law enforcement or NIMSI if maybe you are able to obtain an evidence that they can use on the basis of that to maybe prosecute those who are involved. But that is not to outsource that responsibility to you. I think NIMSI, I will also pose this as a challenge to NIMSI to continually think of ways to create, to innovate ways to avoid all those kind of challenges. That's just one of the challenges that people experience. There are a lot of challenges. We've talked about power here. Sometimes you get to registration center and they don't have power. They don't have money for fuel. Then somebody suggests that, okay, let's contribute money to put fuel inside generator. That is an aberration. People should not be contributing money to buy fuel at registration center. So these are some of the issues that come up, but we must all have a positive outlook towards it in terms of how do we solve this problem? How do I contribute my quota in solving this problem? But when the chips are done and we are going to apportion blame, no, we will not blame the citizens. We will put all the blame on government, because government has to be government. And when you say government has to be government, it speaks of power and it speaks of responsibility. So I will understand your pain, we understand the things that you are going through, but also, we also think that in order to overcome those challenges, we have to work together as every one of us as stakeholders. We have to work together, help law enforcement to identify criminals, even as we also challenge government, public officer or public agency to do more in making it more difficult for corrupt officers to be able to have their way. So at the end of the day, it's a two-way thing. It's a collaborative approach to solving the challenges. That's just the comment I want to make.
Okay, thank you. And I think the last question was, what are the conditions attached to the funding from the development partners? During my presentation, I think I mentioned one of the major condition was on the National Data Protection Bill. So the condition is that Nigeria must have a national data protection law in place before the development partners will start disbursing funding for the enrollment itself. Even though that is a condition that is attached to World Bank based on their funding, then one of the development partners also has a condition that goes beyond just having the national data protection law in place,
theirs is that even when the law is in place, they also require that there will be an independent commission or agency or whatever it is that will now be implementing that data protection law before their own disbursement can happen. So those are the major conditions that are attached to the funding, really. The other conditions are just NIMSI, the issue of MOUs and signing financial agreements and all the other things, which we have already even moved beyond those ones. We've already attained those other conditions. So it's just this National Data Protection Bill that is a major thing there.
I actually find those conditions interesting. Me, I like them anyway. This because these are some of the things that we have been advocating for, to have a data protection law passed by the parliament, establishing a data protection commission. But I also know that there is a challenge in terms of, there is an initiative from on the government side of trying to reduce the cost of governance. And now you are saying that another independent commission should be established, which makes it tricky. But it will be great to see that happen. I think we need it. There have been okay. Of people, okay. That would be great. That would be great. But given the provision in the draft data protection, because one of the feedback that we gave was that the constitution of that's as proposed in the bill, it has too many government presence. So we had argued that that commission, I mean, the board should have equal representation so that it's independent, from within government and outside government. And I remember that during the validation workshop, a lot of organizations came saying they want to be on the board too. So, I mean, we are really looking forward to what the executive bill will look like by the time it is eventually released, and one would know how to subsequently engage for that. But I'm very happy that development partners are requesting for that as a condition, but we hope that they are not asking for more. Hope they are not asking to have access to our database. Yeah, that we trust NIMSI that NIMSI will not sell us out. NIMSI will not sell us out. I think it's been a very great day. Can we please put our hands together for Mrs. Uche Chibo and the team from NIMSI? I will ask you to put your hands together again, but this time for yourself. Now you indulge me to put your hands together for the team from Paradigm Initiative. Thanks everyone for making it a day. Thanks for the different questions, for the easy questions and for the tough questions. We believe that everything that has been said are useful, are relevant, and can help strengthen the Nigeria digital identity ecosystem, can make it better, can make it easy for NIMSI to do its work, and also make it easier for citizens to also, derive or enjoy the benefits that is hidden in this whole idea of, having a unique identity as a citizen of Nigeria. We also hope that it's going to help government to plan better, to intervene better in its social protection programs and all of that. And we hope that maybe by the next time we have an opportunity to meet and gather like this to have this conversation, we would have moved from this level that we are to another level. Perhaps we'll be talking about 80 million in the database as at that time, and probably we'll have our data protection law as at then. In concluding, one of the things, okay, so that we don't spend the time. Just to confirm, is the lunch ready now? Are they ready to serve the lunch? Okay, all right. So that means we can close the event so that we just have lunch. So I've been told that lunch will be served here. So just remain on your seat and you'll be served lunch inside the room. And after lunch, we can make it back to our different homes. That will be the end of the event. So once again, thank you for coming, and thanks to the team from NIMSI, Madam the state coordinator, thank you for coming around to support Madam Chigo, and the regional director. It's a pleasure to have you too. We also hope that you will please make yourself available to some people who probably want to have your contact to engage you after now, so that they will have it easy. Thank you so much. So on behalf of Paradigm Initiative, thank you so much for coming, and our partner Omidaya Network, thank you so much for coming and being part of this meeting. Thank you for coming all the way from Abuja, Mrs. Chigo. We are really grateful to have you, and we know, and I don't want to say hope because I'll be an hypocrite to say hope. We know that when we call you again, you would honor us with your presence. Thank you very much. We extend our gratitude to the to the Director General, and we'll be sending a letter to also say thank you to him. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together as we put the program to a close? So if you want to engage any of the other people from NIMSI, maybe personally, you want to ask them personal questions, please feel free while they are still around. You can ask them questions that you don't want the rest of us to hear.